Good morning, everybody. We are ready to start the June 4th, Board of Sup- 3rd, sorry, June 3rd Board of Supervisors meeting. I will have Supervisor Carpenter Harris begin us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, we will start with public comment. This time is for information from the public on matters not appearing on the agenda or within the consent calendar. All comments are limited to 3 minutes and must pertain to the matters within the jurisdiction of this board. When addressing the board, please state your name for the record and address the board as a whole to the chair. No action or discussion will be conducted on matters not listed on the agenda. However, the chair may refer the subject matter to the appropriate departments for follow-up or schedule the matter on subsequent board meetings. Do we have any public comment in the room?
I have a bunch of questions for the board, but.
So this would be, so public comment goes, you have your 3 minutes to say what you would like to say. We will not be able to answer any of your questions. But if you want to pose questions, just make sure that you know that we are not allowed to answer them.
Okay.
Okay, so step on up.
Hi, my name's John Commerzi. I live on Debarquet.
Hey, neighbor, how are you?
How's it going? General questions. Executive Order 287G that says that local law enforcement will abide and support ICE for detentions. Did Trinity County sign off on it? And if so, what's the preparations for when ICE shows up during trim season?
We can't answer.
Okay.
Sorry.
Question number 2. Will the CHP be taking out the food bank in the next couple of months, being that we have new CHP on duty? Because in the past, they seem to sit outside the food bank and wait for people with violations on the vehicles to pull them over. Third question. We're having an active shooter drill at the high school. Will there be children there? Or is this just, I'd like to know what it is. I guess the last item on my agenda is a couple months ago, there was a report that said that a deputy had been detained that worked at the juvenile detention facility for soliciting pictures from female detainees. I've heard nothing else about that, and I'd like to know, get an update on it. Thank you.
So I will say something, there will be a press release coming out. There will be no children on campus.
Okay.
That's all I'm gonna say though. Thank you.
Okay.
There's 3 other choices from anybody. Okay, we'll go to Zoom.
Adrian Keys.
Thank you, and good morning, Chair and Supervisors. Adrian Keys down here in Hayfork. So I just wanted to bring to your attention a really awesome event that Trinity County Ag Alliance is helping to sponsor this coming June 26th and 27th at the North Fork Grange. It's going to kind of overlap with the Summer Jam Festival over there, and it's part of TCAA's long-term goal to bring this sort of economic stability and awareness of our legacy in the cannabis cultivation sector to Trinity County and to the rest of the country. It's called the Legacy Cannabis Genetics Research Program. It's grant funded by the Department of Cannabis Control through the Origins Council. That's the association that TCAA has partnered with as we work with the various other legacy cultivation regions across the state on both public policy and on education. And this piece falls into the education piece. We will be having a series of discussions and breakout groups with a woman representing an herbarium, which is the oldest and most nationally recognized way of identifying specific plant cultivars. We are going to have individuals from UC Berkeley and Cal Poly Humboldt from they're conducting interviews on on the history and legacy of cannabis cultivation across the state, but particularly here in Trinity County. And I want to invite all the supervisors and staff, along with all of the public, to come down and check it out and see what we're doing. This is the first one that we will have in Trinity. We'll have another one in the fall. These events have been held from San Diego through the Bay Area, through Humboldt, Mendocino, through the Central Sierra. And we are obviously in the northernmost part of the state here. So it's our shot this coming June. And I want to see this be very successful. This is going to help us construct some of the groundwork needed to create appellation of origin designations in the future, which is a globally recognized geographic indicator that ties a product directly to its place on the surface of the earth. So the work that we do here in Trinity County receives global recognition as being from Trinity County, and not, we've all been suffering through this wholesale market with white labeling and all these big commercial brands. This is our answer to that. This is how we succeed. This is how we bring value to Trinity County that cannot be subverted or denied. So please show your support. Come on down, check us out, and thank you very much. Have a great day.
Adrian, 1 second. Could you repeat the date and time for that?
It's June 26th and 27th. I believe it's from 1 p.m. till 5 p.m. at the Grange Hall in Junction City.
Thank you very much.
Steve Sell.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Awesome, thanks. Hey, I appreciate you guys having these meetings to discuss the general plan. I know that's on the agenda later. I do have to work all day, so I hope you'll grant me a little grace if I touch on issues that might be on the agenda. I just want to generally implore this board to think about the impact of these decisions that y'all will be making over the next year or so. I'm sure we're all aware that California has become kind of a caricature of overregulation, difficulty in building, difficulty in operating businesses. And this is you. This is this board making these decisions on general plan issues that will last for generations. The last general plan update was decades ago, and it'll probably be the same again. So I hope that each issue that you approach, that you really think and take the time to look at each issue. How does this affect my constituents? Is this going to make it easier for my constituents, for my neighbors to build on their properties? Is this going to make it easier or harder for businesses to operate in this county as we face a fiscal crisis in this county? We're broke. Each issue, there's so much of what I'm seeing so far that is just once again making it more difficult, more red tape, more roadblocks to the citizens of this county enjoying their properties in the way they want, operating simple businesses, and you are the overregulators today. You get the choice to make it easier or to make it harder. There's hardly anything that's neutral. There's going to be very few neutral items that you touch in this process. And I really hope that you look at each piece, each little piece, and say, does this make it harder or does this make it easier? And I hope within the bounds of safety that you choose, let's make it easier and better for people to operate businesses and to build their homes. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Veronica Kelly.
Good morning, board. This is Veronica Kelly Albies with the Weaverville Douglas City Parks and Rec. I wanted to come on and just let everybody know that as we ease into the summer in the next 2 weeks, as everybody's graduating and everybody's going to have all this great family time, the community pool will be opening on June 16th. And we will be having all kinds of fun there. Of course, we have our splash pad, the pool itself, but also this Thursday from 5 to 7 p.m., we are sponsoring a community pool party. It's free for everybody to attend from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. this Thursday, June 5th. So we want to invite all of you in the community to come and join us and meet our deck team, meet our safety team, and enjoy some cool water here at the pool. We've got some great things happening this summer. We are also going to be participating on June 26th in the world's largest swim lesson. You'll start seeing information on that coming out soon. But as we know, for youth throughout the world, drowning is a leading cause of death for many youth. So we want to do everything that we can to make all of our youth and adults in the community and Trinity County throughout water safe. So we are going to be putting Trinity County and Weaverville specifically on the map by participating in the world's largest swim lesson, June 26th. But in the meantime, come enjoy the community pool party this Thursday, 5 to 7. LaGrange Classic is happening on Saturday. They are also sponsoring a pool party from 2 to 4 p.m. Lots of great free swim this summer, sponsored by great businesses, Oakley's, Pest Control, LAP. We just have a lot of great things going on. Edward Jones, David Crow. So check out our website or just come to the pool. We got aquasize, lap swim, swim lessons. Basically, we have it all, and we've got drumsticks for the kids. So come on out and join us this summer. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica.
Dana.
Hello, Dana Hauser from Hayfork. I want to bring up the anytime there's attempted to be change or from a perspective progress in Trinity County, there seems to be a lot of it's very difficult for people due to the history and past wrongs, perceived wrongs or wrongs inflicted by the county onto certain anyhow. So in order to change that cycle, I encourage the board to think forward in an open-minded way to include opportunity for the citizens of Trinity County in the future. By being inclusive and not restrictive, there's opportunity for tourism, for unexpected positive financial and economic impact in the future if it's inclusive versus restrictive. I don't think anybody needs a lesson in the economic struggle of our county or our times nationally right now. But the only hope that we have is by not restricting the future. And the only way to make up for the past is by having making better choices moving forward. You can't undo what was done, but you can have good faith moving forward and be inclusive and not restrictive. The limited things we have to offer here that are a limited resource is our serenity. People will have an opportunity to come here if it's promoted and encouraged. I love what Adrian said about the legacy cannabis genetics. That is a tourism draw. It's the first one this year. There's another coming later, and it's the first year of many other opportunities like this to happen. The future potential for cannabis tourism is beyond what any of us can imagine, really. But it's only if it's allowed and embraced. And if it's impeded and relegated to narrow channels, it will not be something that the whole county can actually benefit and prosper from. And I just would love to plant that seed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dana. Lisa, did you have any public comments since we're in this public comment period? And you just walked in, you okay there? Do we have any more on Zoom?
We have no other raised hands.
We will move on to reports and announcements, and we'll start out with reports from department heads, if any. We will go to CEO Tuthill's report out.
Thank you, Chair. As far as department head reports, just a reminder that, the department head reports are being sent to the board, and then they're placed on the appropriate department's webpage for public and future review. For my report, the governor's budget May revision was not well received across the state legislature. There are some cuts that are needed, but there's really no clear path or consensus at this point. There's various professional organizations the county is associated with, and they're all following these impacts. There's lots of budget committee hearings over the next few weeks, and as those happen, we will have a better sight picture as far as what will actually come of the final state budget. Medi-Cal continues to be the biggest main point of discussion, and I would say differing of opinions as far as what should be done. So, a lot of times we get questions as far as, well, what are the impacts locally? Well, unfortunately, we just don't know yet. So I ask for some patience there, but that should start to come more, the picture should become more clear over the next few weeks. Our local HHSA and Sheriff's Officer partnership for the $2 million past JI funding that Liz talked about during the last board meeting. The implementation plan has now been approved, so we are officially on track to start implementing that October 1st of this year, as was briefed during the last meeting, and we're going to be able to realize some of that funding in our FY 25-26 budget cycle, which is great news. And just a huge thank you for all the staff who has been involved with that multi-department effort. On Wednesday, the 28th of May, we were officially notified that the state signed a proclamation authorizing the Governor's Office of Emergency Services to provide assistance to Trinity County due to the December 2024 winter storms. Information on the specific areas covered in that proclamation has been shared, and this is good news for the county, but it is, even though it's good news, I just want to, set expectations and everyone's realization. It's just a very, very small piece of the funding that's needed to repair these storm damaged locations. The county declaration and associated state proclamation only covered the specific road damage identified at the time of the storms, which there was 5 specific locations, and there was no reported damage to businesses. So therefore, there is no business relief programs as there was nothing identified from the storms that caused damage to businesses. So I just want to be clear on that this is funding only for the 5 identified areas associated with that declaration. But I also do want to thank you for, sometimes we have unscheduled, inconvenient special meetings to provide these declarations. And this is one of those examples where this board convened on December 26th, right after Christmas, for a very quick meeting. And because of that, this is why that state proclamation was in fact signed. And we will see some funding for those 5 specific damaged areas. There was a Trindale Board of Directors meeting on May 22nd. The meeting was hosted here in Trinity County, and it was a good venue. We had representation from all 12 counties. Trindale now has a new executive director, Rachel Hartman. Some of you may know her, and you'll see her around more as the executive director. Many of the insurance-related type topics were discussed. Unfortunately, there's really no great news or magic answers for the insurance rate increases that we're seeing across the entire industry. There's some local focus areas, though, on risk mitigation. And one example is in the driver training arena. Trindale has a certified safety driver instructor under the Smith 5 Keys program. And arrangements were made, and personnel from the Sheriff's Office, DOT, and other departments who have personnel who drive frequently attended this initial training. So this is just one example of how the organization is focusing on risk management to attempt to lower the accidents and the claims. And I appreciate the department's willingness to participate in this, and also for Trindale, their ability to provide a certified instructor in this program. I previously talked about Hambro Recycling, and some good news. They are scheduled to open the CRV recycling on Davis Road here in Weaverville tomorrow, June 4th. So there's information has gone out will go out today via social media. It's already been posted on the county website under the solid waste and recycling as far as their hours. But really appreciate Hambro Recycling and Humboldt County for the partnership in bringing this to Trinity County. So they will be open Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. And like I said, those days of operation and times are posted on the county webpage. Last week, there was a Department of Homeland Security list published of all states and counties regarding sanctuary jurisdiction status. I was on a call last Friday morning with all the county CAOs and some other organizations. And honestly, there are more questions than answers on this topic. Questions regarding how the list was put together, who's on it, why people are on it. And this affects all 58 counties in California, but really all counties across the entire United States. So organizations like RCRC, CSAC, and NACO are all engaged with the topic and trying to figure out, what it really means and what any impacts would be. There's some administrative actions that are taking place, but we'll continue to follow the topic and bring forth any actions to the board as needed. And likewise, if you hear anything, please don't hesitate to reach out and we can dialogue about the topic. It's Friday. Okay. Yeah, there's an executive order that's out there. So there's just lots of issues about it. I just wanted to bring it forward as a topic because it has been out there in the public forum. Like Amanda just mentioned, I mean, there's lots of real-time activity taking place with it. So if something's happened recently, that's good. that's good, if that happened. So thanks for that, Amanda. And that is all I've got for this report out.
Thank you, CEO Tuthill.
I
We-
I do have just one
Sure.
comment or question. So, CEO Tuthill, it occurs to me that when you mentioned that no businesses had reported damage, and I remember this coming up once before with storm damage. And there was one time when we did get some reported by businesses and we were able to get funding. But one of the subjects I see on the agenda later today, just as part of a presentation, it refers to business licenses. And it just occurs to me that I get that most people hate regulation, hate additional, what they consider overreach by the county. But I would say if we knew by having a business license program, what businesses existed, how to reach them, what kinds of business they were in, then we could do much more proactive outreach regarding legislation change, regulation changes, storm damage, all those sorts of things. So I just, I see you nodding yes, so I gather you're in agreement that is a roadblock to us, and whether we choose as a board to pursue that or not is not for today, but I just wanted to mention that came to mind when you were going through that.
Thank you, Supervisor. I would concur with those comments. You know, when we have any incident that involves businesses, it is extremely difficult for the county to collectively reach out to those said businesses at scale because we don't have a business license program and there is not an active list, if you will, or methodology to engage in a productive manner, you know, those businesses. So that is definitely an area that could benefit the larger community, in my opinion.
Thank you.
I'd throw one thing out there too. I think CEO Tuthill mentioned a disaster we had in calendar year 2024, and we are now halfway through calendar year 2025, and we are just finding out now that we will be reimbursed for that through the government. So I think a lot of people are out there think that if something happened a week ago, we're going to be able to run out there and fix it today or tomorrow. It is not the case. It takes quite a while, sometimes up to a year and a half. In this case, it's been over 12 to 15 months. So nothing happens quick when the government's giving you money. We will start, we will continue.
Can I make just one question to
Yeah, go right ahead.
Tuthill? So CAO, I think up where we were in District 5, there's been a lot of damage in the snow, and I don't think a lot of people knew who to get a hold of or when to get, and I don't think they were, we don't, in general, I don't think there's enough information for people to put their name in or their damage in or their, you know what I mean? I don't think a lot of people knew that this money was ever going to come, that there was ever any ability to have this. And so they're going to miss out on all the structure damage and the cattle damage and the problems that it really impacted up there. I wonder if there's just a way we can, in the future, if not now, to make sure that we put it out there in a much clearer, easier to.
And, I think that's something that you need to make your constituents aware of. I do mine through town hall meetings, but it's basically on us to let them know how this system works. We did a little bit of it here just now. But there's, our board chairs or leaders put out a pretty comprehensive report. Every board of supervisors meeting, letting us know what happened, what they received. And if that could be conveyed to your constituents, mine, and whoever else is on the board here, that would be helpful.
Yeah, going in the future, that's fine, but in the past, like I wasn't here, so I don't know, what to do about the damage that was, there's not much we can do, I guess.
Yeah, it doesn't happen quick.
After.
And we get turned down a lot of it too, so it does not happen quick. We'll move on to.
One more question though about our sanctuary. Are we a sanctuary county? Trinity?
So there's not an easy answer to
Okay.
that, but the entire state is a sanctuary state.
Okay.
So there is some of the opinion that that means every county within the state is a sanctuary county unless the county took some definitive steps at some point in time to make other arrangements. But there is differing opinions on that, and it becomes rather complicated and opinionated from a legal perspective very quickly. So I would rather not, say one way or another, answer black and white, yes or no, because there is lots of what ifs with that question.
Cody, please go ahead.
Cody Smith, Building Official Division Director. I get to say that now. One thing to add with what you're saying, is that environmental health also does the damage assessments. And when they're doing those, they're actually going through and they're leaving information for individuals to know what they need to do to clean up and how to do it in a legal way. So there is that function maybe on a smaller level, but at minimum, they are getting information and instruction on how to take care of some of this damage that we're talking about.
From environmental health.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Cody, and congratulations on your wife moving up to principal.
Yeah.
And my son wants to know, are you ever going to get better on the guitar? Okay, good enough. I'll tell him that. Thank you. Members of the board, and I was not here, I was on vacation the last 2 weeks, but I did look at the Zoom meeting, and I wanted to let Supervisor Carpenter Harris know what a great job she did a couple weeks back. Thank you very much, and I think next year you will be a great board chairperson. So thank you very much. We will go with Julia.
Good morning. So I, along with Supervisor Carpenter Harris, went to the memorial service honoring our fallen soldiers. And it was a wonderful day. A lot of people participated, and glad to be there, glad to honor our men in service that have fallen. So, and I've spent a lot of time internally with my constituents. I'm spending a lot of time in every aspect of business there, learning what's working, what's not working. We have some businesses that are struggling to get going, so we're trying to figure out how to make it easier for them to do that. Regulations seems to be a big issue, and I've heard it again today. So we'll be working on, trying to get it easier to build your home, build a business. That's the theme that I'm hearing from my constituents, and of course, roads. So, but we're moving forward as a community. We are coming together on every aspect of what needs to be accomplished there. And I'm really encouraged and really give a lot of credit to my community for stepping up and stepping behind me on the things that need to happen. So thank you to all of you out there. But thank you to the staff and people here for trying to help with, getting District 5 on the map. Thank you. That's it. No out of state. No.
Supervisor Cox.
Good morning. I was saddened to not be able to attend a memorial service this year, the first time in many years. We had a family issue and a hospitalization that needed to take priority. So I do honor our veterans and think fondly of our fallen heroes that we uphold and are deeply grateful to. I have no out-of-county travel to report. Fire Safe Council meeting attended, nothing noteworthy that affects this board to bring forward. Some concerns regarding the airports and a gentleman who has some great ideas and wants to step forward and present those ideas and be a part of making some positive impacts there. So appreciate those conversations, and we can inform on those when something is ready for conversation. First 5 to CIO Tut Hill's point, they all also are seeing a significant funding decrease and the uncertainty of when any funds will come through. So that board moved forward with the projection of what we would do to award funding that we have if and when we get it. A legislative call with RCRC updating on the status of various Senate and Assembly bills that are meaningful to us here. So as those move forward, when they come to a point of needing letters of support or opposition, then I will bring those to the chair for consideration on an agenda. And then to let folks know, granted, this is, again, funding that is being discussed, but for those who are ready for an initial enrollment into Medicare Parts A and B, there is help available through the county for that. It's a confusing process, and to be guided to what is best for you is nice to have some hands-on help. So please reach out. There's a local and an 800 number that you can call, and someone is available to walk you through that process if needed. And that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Supervisor Cox. Supervisor Lutwiler.
Yes, I was in Chico since the last board meeting for the NORTEC board meeting. This is made up of two different boards, 44 people, I believe, in total, but we managed to work through our agenda. Also have been chairing the NORTEC ad hoc hiring committee as we work to replace the retiring executive director. We hope to have a job listing posted today. I attended Grass Valley Creek watershed tour this weekend that was put on by RCD and others. Went to the Bucktail, or not the Bucktail, the Buckhorn Dam, and looked at the culvert damage / project at the Oddfellows Hall entrance, or Oddfellows Camp entrance, and then ended at the Hamilton Ponds. It was very informative, and there was, I would say, well over 40 people in attendance, so it was a very good turnout. We are working to try to reestablish the Lewiston Architectural Review Committee. So I had some help from Katie Quinn, has great contacts, and so she sent out information to people that we thought might be interested, but we need to pull that back together because there is some desired construction within the area that needs that Lewiston Architectural Review Committee to look at it, and that committee has not been in place for quite some time. I am participating on behalf of Trinity County for preparation for an economic development summit that will take place in Lake County coming up here soon. Trinity County does have representation on that on the agenda. We have something in the swag bag handouts, if you will. So it's a great opportunity for us to be, kept on the radar as people talk about economic development in the North State. Yesterday, we hosted our most recent Tourism Development Advisory Board meeting, and I would say that I am concerned at this point about how things are moving. I have reached out to Civitas to propose that we would potentially put a pause on the process, because our current plan says that we would launch the petition part of this in the middle of this month. And I don't feel like we have enough information and feedback from the lodging business owners to lock down the documentation that is then part of the petition process. And so rather than continue to spend money with Civitas when we just apparently need more time for the outreach and response from the lodging business owners, I think we might be better served that way. But we said we'd, as an advisory board, make that decision at the next meeting. So we'll have that next meeting. We'll come back to you and give you an update on that. And as Supervisor Koch mentioned, I joined her for that discussion with a local part-time resident, but someone with really, really great ideas about not just the airport, but how the airport and things associated with it could impact the economy. And so it was very enlightening, actually, and we look forward to following up on that. Thank you.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
as mentioned by Supervisor Brownfield, I attended the reading of the name ceremony at Hayfork, and then went on to the VFW hall to look at the improvements that they have done there. It's exciting to see that building getting some fresh life breathed into it. They certainly have remained steady at their guard there, and it's just always nice to see those kinds of improvements in our old buildings that we have to revive to be able to keep using them. So good work. And then drove on down to High and Palm to read names there at that small cemetery on the hill. And it's just always a very, very heartwarming um, and very humbling opportunity to read through those names and recognize that per capita, the amount of people who have served in our county is actually probably pretty high. Um, because when our population is so small that when you read that many names, you realize that we in fact do make a difference. And I honor those people in my prayers and in my heart. I do want to thank the folks who keep the cemeteries clean and tidy, both from our county folks that do it and then the local volunteers. It's just nice to see them mowed and cared for, and I know that that's a big challenge, and I'm grateful for that respect that's given. I attended the VOAD meeting. Most of the conversation on that between the folks that attend was, just making sure that we're prepared for anything that comes this summer, predominantly wildfire concerns, really establishing greater communication between the people who sit on the VOAD and having a depth of understanding of who does what best, because emergency services look different to different organizations, and some excel in some ways and some in others. And so kind of knowing who to call when and for what, and making sure that we are all available for each other regardless of the location of the emergency. I attended a meeting with the NRELMUC and our planning department, working towards the future of having better fluidity in our memorandums of understanding and our recognition and our ability to be fully aware of archaeological sites and concerns for Native peoples. And I just want to say, on the topic of the planning department, I myself am a citizen of Trinity County, and I myself need to utilize Trinity County services, as does most of us. And I just want to give a shout out. The planning department, whenever I reach out to them, are very, very responsive, and they always do a swift and good job. And I just want to say thank you for the folks that are helping our county be the best it can be. And I also want to just make a note that I did have the opportunity to drive over Highway 3 into our neighbors in Scott Valley, and I was so happy to see the lake so full and all of the activities already booming around the campgrounds, with their open signs, and just getting ready for a flourishing summer here in our great county. So in my district, the lights are on and the rafts are inflated and the flags are out and the solar lights click on at nighttime, and the river is ready to go. So I just want to say, everyone, be careful. It's still swift and cold, but enjoy summer in Trinity County. So thank you.
Thank you, Carpenter Harris. We will now move on to the consent calendar. These items include, oh, sorry about that, report from ad hoc.
Thank you, Chair. I wanted to double back on the storm damage funding topic real quick. So just to reiterate, we have not received any funding yet for that storm damage. It is just, the process has just started. And the way we get funding for that is all on a reimbursement basis. So the county has to cash flow all of those projects and that funding before we get any reimbursements. So it's quite a lengthy process, and it could literally be up to, 5+ years, possibly up to 10, depending upon when the project starts, when the project finishes, what's required from the state and federal agencies as far as reporting. So this process is neither fast nor administratively easy, but there is some potential funding there long-term. But I just wanted to remind everybody of that fact. Now, as far as the homeless encampment, as reported during the last ad hoc, the proposed ordinance is on today's agenda, and we'll have that at a future item as we get through the agenda today, and that will be the first reading for board consideration. Additionally, you will see a press release that's going to go out today to provide an overall status on just the ad hoc activities and some of the focus areas over the past few months. And then the next ad hoc meeting is scheduled for June 23rd. And that concludes my ad hoc report.
Thank you, CEO Tuthill. We will now,
Just one question. So this is an ad hoc, and what is our definition of when this committee will then have achieved what it's supposed to do and it wraps up?
So I was going to touch a little bit on that during the actual item. But just because you brought it up, Supervisor, the thought is once this ordinance goes through for board consideration, first reading, second reading, assuming something, there will be some vote one way or the other. If it gets voted upon, my recommendation back to the board will then be, we have probably met the objectives of the ad hoc and we'll transition to something different. What that transition to means is still to be determined, and we can have some discussion on what the board's desires are for that.
Thank you.
Back, just one thing on the damage. So there was a list of things, of projects that you were going to do with that. I think there was 5 of them. Are those going to be done now or with funds we have, or are those the 4 years or 5 years from now? When?
So one of those has been done.
Okay.
That was the pictures were in DOT's last board update.
Right.
So that emergency repair has been done. And then we'll go back through from a overall project and funding perspective, and the engineers will look at that and see if there's the longer term project to actually fix it properly.
I mean, the storm, like the storm damage proclamation from the governor.
Right.
Okay, that money.
That one of those 5 projects, that is part of that proclamation, yes.
Okay, it was
Then
already
there's
done.
4 other ones.
Okay.
So that one has started, it's not done. Then there's those 4 other ones that are specifically identified in there that are just in the starting phases of them.
Thank you.
CEO Tuttle, just based on that question, it might be beneficial if we had Director Kokas come and do a little bit of a presentation about just how that process works. I know he's done that somewhat before in meetings where we had previous big storm damage, and he helped explain the cycle, and it's, infuriating to listen to because of how onerous it is. But I think it would maybe help everyone to understand, because it is a laborious project. And I also remember at a recent meeting, I think one of your updates included that one of the things that he has been able to do is find creative ways to get in and do some temporary work so that we're not waiting 5 or 10 years to do anything, but we oftentimes are waiting for 5 or 10 years for the whole thing to be complete. So that's just my input. If there's board support for that, we could maybe put that on a future agenda.
I always
Yes,
think
board
it's,
support?
yes,
Yeah.
sir.
Okay.
Yes. It's always better to share more, than that way we have the information out there.
any other questions at all? Okay, now we will move into the consent calendar. These items include routine, non-controversial matters and will be acted upon by the board by one roll call motion. If a member of the public has any questions or comments on an item on the consent calendar, they may provide them now. A member of the board or staff may request an item be pulled and considered separately. Do we have any public comment in the room? On Zoom?
No hands.
Would the board like to pull any of the items?
I move that we approve the consent calendar as presented.
I will second.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris,
Aye.
Supervisor Lutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Brownfield,
Aye.
Chairman Gogan.
Aye.
Thank you.
Okay, does anybody need a break? Or shall we continue on? We all good? To county matters. These items include non-routine or controversial matters that are listed alphabetically by department. A member of the board, staff, or public may request that the item be heard out of order. Do we have any department that is present? Do we have any questions from the board?
Or was there going to be a presentation about
No.
it? Or not?
We just need to go into I don't think there's any order changes, so we'll just go into the first item. If you want to go ahead and read D1 again.
Okay, D1, Community Development Building, introduce and waive the reading of an ordinance creating Trinity County Code Section 15.26 regarding movable tiny homes. Cody, how are you?
Cody Smith, building official, division director. So yeah, this is to bring forth movable tiny homes on private properties for either single family residences or ADUs. A little bit of background on this one. Honestly, this is probably the number one thing that I have been asked for since I have started in the building department. The one thing for me that I saw this was a big need is that it ranges pretty much from everyone to every county. And when I looked at other jurisdictions and stuff, this is pretty much something that everyone's kind of done. So what I tried to do is look at things that I thought would be specific to Trinity County in terms of wildland fire and things like that. And I also tried to consider aesthetics, because I know in certain parts of the community that's a pretty big deal. So I'm here if you guys have any questions, and thank you.
Thank you, Cody. Do you have any questions?
I did yesterday, but he answered them via email, so I'm comfortable. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm fine. It looks well to me.
Just one comment, maybe, if it's okay, a comment?
Go ahead. I need
Thank you.
Could you speak up?
Yep,
just a little
thank you,
bit?
Cody. Anything that makes it
One second.
easier to
We-
build a
this
home
is-
or,
Chair, this is
okay.
questions specifically for Cody, then we got to have a motion on the table. Then
and
you
then
guys
discuss.
can
Public
discuss
comment.
public comment. We gotta go
Make a
through that
motion.
Is that a
process.
question?
No,
So we have public comment.
Okay,
Public comment.
public comment, please. Anybody in the room? On Zoom?
I would like to move adoption of this ordinance as presented today.
I
will
will
second.
second.
This is just introduction and waive the reading.
One more time.
The motion should be that you're waiving the reading and introducing the ordinance.
So this doesn't count as adoption of our first reading? It is
Right.
our first reading. I just need to word it differently.
Correctly.
Okay.
Adoption comes after your second.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to move the introduction and the waiving of the reading of this ordinance.
I will second.
And now we can have the discussion.
thank you,
I-
Cody.
Go ahead, board discussion. Do we have any more discussion?
Yeah, just, again, this is anything to make it easier for people to have a home, to build their home, to make their lives nicer and easier with all the crazy stuff out there. Thanks.
And the only comment I'll make is that, and like Supervisor Cox, I'd reached out with some questions over the weekend and got my answers. And one of the things that I was kind of reminded of was that much like the tiny home issue for ADUs, we also have the pre-approved ADU plans that some counties have done. So that's one of the other things that Cody is looking into. And you know, we do have to make sure that any plans that we approve would meet all of our standards and all the engineering and so forth. So we can't necessarily just use what others have done, even if we paid to use the plans that they approved. But at least, you know, it's a very similar approach to the tiny home. It's just another way that we can do that. And then the other thing I just wanted to make clear now, because I think there is some misconception and frankly, some misuse right now in the county, that I just want, especially as we make these kinds of things more accessible to people, which I think is great. I think it's important to know that it is state law that ADUs cannot be used for short-term rentals. And I have absolutely no doubt that we have short-term rentals in ADUs right now. And so if people see this and go, oh, I'm going to rush out and I'm going to do a whole bunch of ADUs because I'm going to get into the short-term rental business, understand this is not Trinity County regulation. It is state regulation that is not allowed. So I'm just trying to prevent future pain by making sure that that's clear as we hopefully approve this.
And on the pre-approved plans, I actually, yesterday after the emails, I had reached out to Eric Keys at TVCE to have a discussion with him. And I also reached out to Joanne Harper, who's a local architect, and had a really great conversation with her in terms of how that process kind of goes and what other jurisdictions have done to kind of get to that point. So she gave me a little framework to kind of figure out how to maneuver within that. And now Eric's going to talk with Josh, who is the owner of Trinity Valley Consulting Engineering, to see kind of on their end of things what it would look like for them. Because currently they already have 400 square foot plans and 800 square foot plans. Pretty cookie cutter, really quick approval. So if we can find a way with them to potentially use those, that might be a good way for us to do that. And he did reassure me in terms of the snow load things, because that was one of my biggest concerns is that we don't want to have, say, we have a plan that's approved for up to 100 pounds, because then if you're in a 35-pound snow load, well, now you're way overbuilding what you even need to. So by really trying to go, maybe we say, hey, these plans are good up to 40 pounds. Then the next set, maybe they're good up to 60 pounds. And then from there, we get to the higher stuff. Then we really can make sure that we're doing it in a equitable way so that folks aren't overbuilding things they don't need to.
Thank you, Cody.
I think the one thing that I would add is I appreciated the intentionality with which you reached out to our fire chiefs. And, you know, he could just put it out for public comment generally and wait to see if anybody responded. But he was very intentional about approaching the fire chiefs collectively, received a lengthy report back from our Trinity Center fire chief, and each one of his concerns were adequately addressed. Adequately sounds minimal, thoroughly addressed. And then the other one, I mean, you touched on both of these, but I think more in depth, the fire safe aspect and also the aesthetics, because I do think there would be those people that see what a tiny home looks like when it comes down on a trailer, and it kind of looks like a trailer. And that you could just load that thing up and go to the lake for the weekend and come back and that's my house. But that is not what it ends up looking like. And so there are, you know, within the ordinance, the requirements for how this is going to be on the foundation and how it will be skirted and all of the things that make it look like a home. Because I'm concerned that there might be people that feel like, well, those are going to move into my neighborhood and lower my property values. But I don't see that being the case. This looks to me like a smaller version of what a modular home is, and those don't affect your property values. So I really do appreciate to me, this is one of those very intentional ways that we're looking at our housing element, and we have obviously need and we have requirement to make provision for people. And this is one of those modalities that, you know, to Supervisor Brownfield's point, how do we do this to make it affordable for people? And I do appreciate it. So thank you.
As a point of discussion, I want to just note the item O, the removal before a tiny home can be removed from a property, a demo permit with the Trinity County Building Division will be required. I really want to make sure that that's highlighted because I am so tired of stuff being left on the sides of the highway. After a tree fell through it, it just gets yarded to the edge of the road and somebody else has to pay for removal. I can foresee this potentially. And then also the accumulation of multiple ones over the period of years where natural decomposition begins to take place. How are we going to keep those like cleaned up, you know? So just make sure that that removal piece, in my opinion, needs to really be, people need to know that if you get it, you need to be responsible for it until the end of its time. And that's important because we have literally of small trailers and tiny homes in some communities that are just like carcasses. And I get tired of seeing that. So thank you for this. It's well written.
Okay, we'll bring it back to the board for a motion.
We have a
Oh,
motion.
you have a motion and a second already.
We're good. Move on to D2.
We
I'll
gotta
do
vote.
the roll call for you.
Oh, I
if you'd
thought,
like.
okay. Go ahead, roll call.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Supervisor Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Lutwiler.
Aye.
Supervisor Brownfield.
Aye.
Chairman Gogan.
Aye.
Thank you.
We will now move to D2. Community Development Building, waive a section of and enact an ordinance amending Trinity County Code Section 15.04, adding new definitions of building permit exemptions that conform to the California Building Code, including the exemption of agricultural structures introduced on May 20, 2025. Unknown fiscal impact.
Chair, fellow board members, Cody Smith, building official, division director. I'm not getting used to saying that one yet. This is a second reading for that, the ag exemption process, essentially that will allow us to exempt. The big one is really like hoop houses, wood storage structures. It's really tailored to that agricultural part of it. And I really want to drive that one home because I know in the last meeting there was some questions about some other things. So it's that letter of intent is really the important aspect of this, so that we can ensure that our zoning requirements are being met and also ensure that the structures are being used in accordance with the intent of the ordinance. So I'm here if you guys have any questions.
I have a question, may I?
Go ahead.
I just want to, I need to form this as a question. This exemption is not for industrial cannabis greenhouses, correct?
So the ordinance, it can work for greenhouses for the bigger ones. Like I know what you're talking about, more automated things of that nature. So it does cover that because they are it'd be an agricultural part.
Okay.
Where this would be different for those type of structures is if any of these are going to have electrical, then they have to pull a permit with us for the electrical part of that. So it
So when you
ensures
speak
that.
of hoop houses, I'm just trying to get a visual.
Mhm.
We're looking at the ones that do not have fans and lighting and different things like that. So it's a hoop house maybe for someone who does wants to get their garden started and then they pull and then their garden is exposed to the sunshine. So the smaller versions of hoop houses.
So it's actually for both.
Both, okay.
Yeah, so
All
it's for the real, like I call them the real greenhouses, because to me, that's what they are.
Okay.
There's two big differences. So when we talk about hoop houses, majority of the time, you're talking about PVC hoops, don't have any type of footings. Usually it's a stick or rebar or something of that nature that they're putting that hoop on and they're going over and they throw the tarp.
Okay.
So that specifically is a hoop house. When we talk about greenhouses, now we're talking about fans, outlets, lighting. So that's where with the letter of intent, when they're putting that this is a greenhouse that has those aspects, that's where now, okay, the structure itself is going to be exempt through the process. However, those additional aspects are now going to require a permit for the electrical. In my time with the building department, even with the cannabis division, when we would do inspections on structures like this, when we would come out, 95% of the time, the only issue that we really ever have is the electrical. That's always the biggest part of it. The structures themselves are always built stout. They really take their time and they do these things correctly. The biggest thing that I see where they have issues sometimes is not pulling covers in the wintertime. The structures might collapse in the winter, but normally you're not using it at the time anyway. So, but the main concern is making sure that if we have electrical and some of these other components like you're talking about, we're getting a building permit for that so that we can ensure that we have the correct electrical infrastructure to make sure that they're plugging in correctly. Probably one of the number one things I hate seeing more than anybody is extension cords. That was my intent with that letter of intent, was really making sure that we get away from the extension cords being spliced into panels, things of that nature. So this really is a clean way to help. I think it's a bridge. It's a clean way to help folks be able to do their business and do the structures they need without us hounding them. But in the same breath, we're making sure that we're meeting the things that we need to so that the community at large is safe from these structures. So I think it's a really good midway point and kind of a bridge to start this new. I love this county. I mean, I'm from here. I've lived here, forever. I left for a little bit, came back. So anything I do, my intention is always to make sure what is going to be the best for the community. And with me being the building official, I'm really trying to find ways that we can really work with our community and try to help, but also maintain public safety, because at the end of the day, that's why I'm here. So this is kind of bridging that gap.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cody.
I also have,
Go ahead.
Cody, if you would just, sorry. Two things. This came up yesterday in some discussions, and I quickly saw somebody's gears turning. It's like, oh, so I could build a barn and not have to have a permit, and later I could use it for something else. So just clarify as you did last time, so we have it on the record again. These cannot be used for housing, residence housing. It cannot be converted to that unless you do a whole another big permit, which will probably be retrofitting, very challenging. And but that the bottom line is this is for, as you said, agricultural uses, very limited human interaction with the facility, and definitely not living in it in any capacity, including, I'm reminded of issues we've had, presentations of the board where there were fires in small shelters built for people that were there seasonally, and horrible construction, horrible electric, and damage and pain. So I just wanted to make sure that that is in fact correct, and that if there's any clarification you need to provide about that, that we get that now.
Yeah, one of the things that I was taught by my predecessor that really stuck with me is that we are not supposed to make assumptions for what people are going to be using structures for. At the end of the day, that letter of intent, you are signing stating that this structure is to be used for these activities. If someone goes outside of those activities and we become aware of it, we would be addressing it on our end at that point to either remove said activity from that structure, or like Supervisor Litweiler said, we then backwards permit that, and that is going to be through engineering. So it would be an as-built structure, you're going to engineer it, then we can allow the use that you're using it for. One of the things that has come up a little bit, because it seems like the cannabis part of it's always the one that everybody's kind of a little tweaked about, is that when we talk about structures for trimming or packaging, those structures cannot be used under this ordinance because of that human interaction. There's a lot more going on with that. Those type of structures require accessibility requirements. They got to meet ADA requirements. So that is why those type of structures, when you get over that threshold, now we're in a different permit and it's not exempt. So it's really to try to drive home those structures that you're not really going into a whole lot. You might be watering it from the side or maybe even going in watering a little bit, but it's not something where you have a ton of human involvement, we'll say.
One last question about setbacks. For these structures, is there any variances that can be had to do, to get, if you're got smaller parcels, or does that go back to our other?
That would mainly be planning.
Okay.
And I don't believe, don't quote me, but I don't believe that there are variances on zoning setbacks.
Okay.
I have seen, we'll call variances on the 30-foot setback requirement for like CAL FIRE. Anything with a parcel that's over an acre, you immediately trigger that 30-foot setback. So I have seen people be able to go to CAL FIRE or even Weaverville Fire, if we've got one here in town. You go to them and essentially you ask for kind of an exception. And so they'll look at your property and figure out, do you have very good defensible space? Is it adequate to essentially reduce that? But at the end of the day, once that setback is reduced from them, you're still adhering to your zoning setbacks at that point. And my understanding is there's not any variances on zoning setbacks, but most of your zoning setbacks, 20 feet off the front and rear, side yards, generally 5 feet. Sometimes they can go up to 10. But they're a lot more friendly than the other ones.
Thank you.
Thank you, Cody. Do we have any public comment in the room?
I think we already did that. I think we already did public comment.
On Zoom?
I thought we were still in questions.
Oh, sorry. I'm lost.
Nobody?
No raised hands.
Thank you.
I move that we approve as presented.
Second.
Chairman Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Brownfield,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Thank you.
We will now go to D3. Human Resources, adopt resolution approving the salary schedule and alphabetical listing of classifications for Trinity County employee effectives May 1, 2025. Good morning.
Chair and
How are you?
Supervisors. Hope you're all well today. Layla Cassis, Human Resources Director and Risk Manager. This is just our annual update of the, oh, you can't. Update of the classifications and salary structure for the coming year. One caveat, as you said, effective May 1st, 2025, instead of, most of these changes were already approved by the board throughout the year. Last year, we just have to make sure that the new publicized list includes all of those changes.
Does the board have any questions?
I guess I'll just ask if, you said most of the changes have been approved previously. Would you care to highlight anything that's not been previously approved so we know?
Susie, I wasn't sure if all of the ones that you made were approved or not beforehand, so they were, so all of the changes were approved beforehand.
Okay. Thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions? Any other public comment from the room? We will bring it back to the board then for a motion.
I move to approve as presented.
I will second.
Chairman Gogan,
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox,
Aye.
Supervisor Brownfield,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Thank you.
Item number D4, community development, environmental health, waive the reading of and enact an ordinance amending Trinity County Code Section 2.64.050 pertaining to Trinity County Environmental Health California Unified Program Agency, CUPA. Fees introduced May 20, 2025. We do not have any department heads online.
We have somebody online? Did
We have Ed and Christy online.
Say that
Morning,
again,
Board.
Susan. Go ahead.
We have Ed.
Good morning, Board. Yes, this was the item that was brought forward a couple of weeks ago at the last board meeting. Christie's at a training, so I don't know if she would be able to attend. But basically
on-
it's.
I'm on the
Oh,
call, Ed.
Are you up, Christie? Okay. I'll let you cover.
Sorry, we had a urgent situation going on in the background. Yeah, so the item is the second to waive the second reading of revising our current fee structure to include the already existing CUPA fees that the state has already adopted, and we are trying to adopt them internally.
Does the board have any questions?
I have none.
Rick? Supervisor Cox? Do we have any public comment in the room? On Zoom? We'll bring it back to the board for a motion and a second.
I would like to make the motion on this item, waiving the reading and enacting the ordinance.
I will second.
And I would just like to, I know we did it last time, but again, just Christy and her team, I know this was a lot of work to take us out of the black zone where we were one of the very few counties that still hadn't taken on this responsibility. And I know that it was a bit of work to get here, get approved, and now it puts us in a much better position. So I appreciate the special effort made to make this happen.
Agreed.
Thank you. We will now take a
Chairman Gogan,
aye.
Supervisor Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Lutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Brownfield,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Thank you.
We'll take a 5-minute break right now. We will come back at 10:26.
You figure it out. We did.
We're ready to go. Everybody in the room ready to start?
Oh, yeah. Oh, understood.
CEO Tuthill, we're ready to go. I'm never ready to go, but.
Congratulate our staff.
Well, of course.
Oh, there he is. Hey, Drew.
All right, everybody up and ready? We will now move to D5, Community Development, Cannabis. Receive an update from the Cannabis Division regarding various general plan and zoning code topics. Drew, good afternoon, and how are you on your birthday?
I'm doing well.
It's today really your birthday?
It really is.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
If it weren't for the presentation, I would have taken the day off.
Well, as soon as you're done, I hope you.
And I just said that knowing I had a 1 in 365 chance of winning that one.
We load the PowerPoint, and then this will be my first time driving with our fancy remote, so hopefully I know how to press the right buttons.
We're gonna run through it, try it out via PDF.
All right, so I am going to get to say next slide.
Are gonna get
All right.
it next slide, just like you want it. I apologize.
Drive it like you stole it.
Had a little bit of.
We cater to you.
So.
All right. Good morning, Chair, Supervisors, Drew Plabani, Cannabis Division Director. Thanks for the opportunity to give this presentation. As I kind of laid out in the discussion portion of the staff report, I wanted to take this opportunity leading up to the all-day joint sessions between Board of Supervisors and Planning Commission coming up next week to just, have the opportunity to give a little more information to all of you and as well as members of the public. One of the things that came out in our discussions with the Mentor Harness team that sort of prompted my desire to give this presentation was the fact that 91% of all of the comments received during the general plan process were related to cannabis. The majority of those comments were requests to redesignate and or rezone parcels. And so some of the slides are just sort of general information and kind of ties to that topic specifically. So I thought I would take the opportunity again to just kind of cover some of these things. So a little background on general plans in California. Since the 1920s, California law has enabled jurisdictions to establish general plans as a tool for long-range planning to help guide the development of communities and within jurisdictions. Trinity County, according to the internet, did its first general plan in 1968. So by state law, general plans have to address 7 elements: land use, circulation, housing, conservation, open space, noise, and safety. So from there, we can get into the first slide. So again, just broadly covering, the function of a general plan. It functions as sort of the policy foundation and defines where different types of development, such as residential, commercial, agricultural, industrial, should occur. And that is basically framed through the process of general plan establishment, but the term is a general plan designation. So that's when the jurisdiction is establishing the general plan. As you've seen in the draft documents, there's parcel-specific analysis that occurs. And as jurisdictions wish to proceed in certain directions to accomplish certain objectives, oftentimes They take a look at certain areas of their jurisdiction where, maybe historically it was industrial, and they now see the need for more housing. So they go ahead and they redesignate as the first step in conjunction with a general plan to say, okay, we're going to move what was formerly an industrially zoned area, and we're going to redesignate it to pave the way for allowable uses that wouldn't be consistent with industrial general plan designations or zones. So they might redesignate and then subsequently rezone that to allow for housing or mixed use or whatever the objective is within a given jurisdiction. So in terms of clarifying general plan designation versus zoning district, the general plan defines from a general plan designation process what types of uses should be able to occur within a designation. The zoning district implements the general plan designations. So there could be a general plan designation that might have more than one zoning district that could apply to that general plan designation and implement it. But within then those specific zoning districts, that's where, the specified allowable uses or conditionally allowed uses could occur on any given parcel. I guess we can just go to the next slide. Again, this is just another piece of, information for the general public mostly. But in my involvement with the general plan process, I've taken it upon myself to just to look at what other jurisdictions have been doing with their general plan updates, and kind of see what their objectives are, what they're trying to achieve. Is that, a clear focus on economic development? Is that trying to meet some of the state mandates for, lower carbon footprints, carbon neutral development, things like that? So really, when you look at the general plan and you pair it with zoning code, that really is the framework that guides the development and establishes what can happen on specific parcels of land within a jurisdiction. One of the things that I just kind of wanted to put out there, and mostly it's I guess we could call it food for thought, is really that the general plan is really what sets the long-term vision. And so, to give a specific example, if back to kind of that industrial zone example, if a jurisdiction had old industrial zones that industry had moved on and it was just kind of vacant space, wasn't being utilized, and they wanted to try to create more housing, then that would be a way for them to redesignate and subsequently rezone those areas to enable that. If the jurisdiction wanted to, reduce congestion in a more urbanized area, they might consider how to do mixed use development and have both commercial and residential, as you can see with some of the new developments that are happening down in Reading, right? There's clearly a focus on, hey, we're going to have retail on the bottom and residential above. And that's a way that they can try to, reduce the vehicle miles traveled, the carbon footprint within that jurisdiction. So this is just a broad policy framework and something that really sets long-term vision. And I hope that we won't miss the boat in terms of really leveraging this process to facilitate the broader objectives of the county and of our constituents to make improvements. As you heard in some of the public comments at the beginning of the day, right? How do we facilitate the ability for people to have more businesses? So that's kind of just the general overview there. Next slide, please. One of the topics that has come up, and this is now this is a general overview, but specific to the cannabis process as we've continued to refine the administrative procedures, but also our general understanding of kind of where it came from, how it works, and where we're going with it, there's been, I would say, some debate, which I've been involved in, and my opinion has changed as I've continued to be educated throughout this process. So there's ministerial permits and there's discretionary permits. To characterize them broadly, ministerial permits are ones that you basically you have a checklist, you have to check all the boxes, your permit's approved. So a building permit is a good example. A septic permit is a good example, right? You have to meet setbacks, you have to, check all the boxes, and then it's approved. In contrast to a ministerial permit, or in contrast to a discretionary permit, excuse me, which has a more subjective component in terms of the review. It's not just a clear-cut checklist. So one of the things that in California clearly establishes sort of, or is a part of the discretionary permitting process is CEQA review. And all CEQA review is considered discretionary. And so I just wanted to kind of clarify that. I think you all are probably pretty aware, and most of the public perhaps hopefully is too at this point, in the difference between a ministerial versus a discretionary permit as it relates specifically to land use in this context related to cannabis. So I guess we'll just go to the next slide. So that's kind of, the first bullet point there ties to the last slide, just kind of giving a clear overview of the difference between ministerial and discretionary. One of the things in terms of, let's say, economic development that we could consider is that there's two concepts within land use planning, which are a use allowed by right and a conditionally allowed use. So to give an example there, you might see that in, let's say, a highway commercial district, you might have that you can have a business, generally speaking, that serves a traveling public. That's allowed by right. But when you get into the more specific uses, like a gas station, then you have to go through a discretionary review. One, because CEQA is likely involved, and there's all sorts of other regulatory components to establishing a gas station. But I think that in terms of kind of, tying us back to general plan topics, there's the potential that within various zoning districts, we could allow for specific uses by right, which means that they don't have to necessarily jump through any other regulatory hurdles. They can just, open a restaurant. There's no permitting, there's no discretionary approval of a restaurant, although there are specific environmental health standards related to food handling. That is all, as I understand it, generally a ministerial approval process. So in terms of land use broadly, one of the things that I think I've been hearing from the public, and I think you all have as well, is that, bless you, is that we could try to facilitate the ability for people to engage in a wide array of home-based businesses or other types of business endeavors on a specific piece of parcel. So we could take a really rigid approach and say, on rural residential, the only thing you can have there is a house, no businesses are allowed, period. Or we could say, all sorts of things are conditionally allowed, which then you have the ability at least to go through the discretionary permitting process, and whether it's a director's use permit or a planning commission approved use permit, that's the way that we incorporate additional requirements. We have the ability for the public to weigh in on that land use and their opinions related to how that land use might benefit them or how it might hinder them or anything in between there. So one of the topics that has come up that I've heard specifically from Adrian Keys is related to cultivation allowed by right. And I think that could make sense in the appropriate places, such as, cultivation on a parcel that's zoned ag. Seems pretty straightforward to me. Generally, we could consider it an ag use, and it's agriculture. So, you don't have to jump through necessarily a very robust discretionary approval process. That being said, because we established the EIR and that sort of created the framework for cannabis licensing or land use approvals for cannabis, they would still need to meet, from an environmental review perspective, all of the requirements that were established in the EIR. And I'll get into director's use permits versus conditional use permits further on in the slides. But again, just, thinking about how do we facilitate economic development, how, specific to the cannabis community and those engaged in that line of work within Trinity County. One of the things that I got to do in the last couple months was go down to Grass Valley, where there was a meeting of basically all of the California counties and cities that have cannabis licensing programs. And it was a meeting just for regulators. And one of the things that I was most excited to see and it was put on by Nevada County, they allowed for on-farm retail. So they set up a tour for all of us regulators to go to the first and only permitted on-farm retail in Nevada County. And I was really excited to go and check it out and see it. And it's really well set up. And it reminds me of driving into a vineyard tasting room. So within the sort of regulatory framework as it relates to land use designations, what's allowed, and then the more specific provisions within the various zoning districts, which, you and the Planning Commission will all get into over this, upcoming 6 months or so. I think there's a lot of potential there for us to revise and rework some of the provisions, and I'll give a specific example to, say, micro business or to on-farm retail. Certainly, while that may or may not make or break, the financial viability of a cannabis business, I think we can all agree that those sorts of opportunities probably would bring more people to Trinity County. And I think that, generally speaking, is probably of benefit to the county at large in terms of additional tax revenue, more businesses, more people going to the supermarket, to the gas station, to restaurants, all those kinds of ancillary benefits to having people come and engage in whatever sort of recreational or tourist opportunities that we might be able to provide. So we'll jump to the next slide,
Hey,
please.
Drew, I don't want to go too far down the rabbit hole, but my brain won't let go of this. So
Yeah.
I need to, the on-farm retail. I'm trying to bridge what I see in place, like when I've gone into Cali Love and there's a security wall and you present your ID and you have to be in the system and you have to go inside and they can only do this and all the security and so on and so forth. How does that then translate to on-farm retail?
It's basically exactly the same.
Wow.
Because in terms of the DCC requirements, all of the requirements for any storefront retail apply, whether it's a standalone storefront retail or an on-farm retail. Essentially, in terms of sort of changes that we could make to the existing cannabis ordinances to allow for that, we would just need to figure out in which zones or zoning districts we would want to allow for that activity. And then they would have to meet all the same security
All the same,
requirements,
wow.
everything else that any other cannabis retailer would need to meet from a DCC licensing perspective.
Okay. Yeah, just obviously, because you think about, you go to a winery and tasting and buy your bottles and walk out, and it's a very simple, streamlined process versus what the cannabis cultivators / retail have to go through. And I just wanted to see how that was translating. It would be
Yep, so-
it'd obviously be a heavy lift for those that chose to do it, but
Right, yeah,
Okay.
there's definitely some cost involved
Yeah.
there.
Okay.
One of the ways that it makes more sense financially, in terms of DCC licensing is that they're able to do that under micro business. So they have a reduced, license fee versus paying for cultivation, manufacturing, distribution, and retail as separate licenses. They're able to combine that all under micro business. That's another place where, excuse me, the current cannabis ordinances don't actually allow for micro business in conjunction with retail in any capacity. So in terms of the way Trinity County Code is constructed, right now you have to have 3 allowable uses to qualify for micro business. We don't include storefront retail, period. At the state level, they do include storefront retail, and it doesn't all have to occur in order to have a micro business on the same piece of property. So in other jurisdictions, people are enabled to have a retail at a prime retail location, have a cultivation in a appropriate cultivation location, but still have the reduced cost of operating their business under the micro business license process.
Thank you.
So moving on, and I'll get into a little bit more in the next slides about my thoughts on how to update the cannabis licensing process. And so these slides are not, these next couple slides, the bullets are not presented in any order of importance, and perhaps in retrospect, I could have organized them more effectively, but I was in a rush to get this done last week so we could do this presentation for you today. So I've been considering what we could call a cannabis license, or how we could more clearly define a cannabis license. Because I'm sure, as you're all aware, historically, when the program started, we rolled out our Trinity County cannabis licensing process before the state actually rolled out state licensing. So I think there's still this ongoing confusion, that once you have a cannabis license from the county, you are then somehow authorized to cultivate commercial cannabis, which is very much not the case. And so that's one of the things that I'd like to clarify as we go forward in cannabis ordinance updates, is that we are the land use authority within our jurisdiction. The state is the licensing authority that allows for people to engage in commercial cannabis business operations. So because of Measure G, which is the tax measure, it says in Measure G, and forgive me, I'm not quoting it verbatim, but generally it refers to that you have to have both a county and state license. So in some ways, for better or worse, we're tied to the term license when a more effective or appropriate term could be permit. So I've tried to come up with some other ways to frame the process. One of them would be that, similar to the way water board enrollment works, we could have a program enrollment license or an operating license. I've also talked through with county council if we could actually utilize the term permit and just put in the definition section of updated ordinances that a cannabis land use permit is considered a license for the purposes of Measure G and tax collection for cultivation tax or retail storefront tax. So I think I've already covered kind of broadly, the difference between allowed for by right uses and or ministerial land use approvals within zoning districts, and the potential that a use permit would not be required, for cultivation in ag or for retail in commercial. But they would still need to meet the regulatory requirements as established by the EIR in terms of the potential negative environmental impacts. Another topic which has come up throughout this general plan process is that we could develop overlay zones which include community-specific provisions. I'll use, for example, Post Mountain. There's a strong desire, as I understand it, from the residents of Post Mountain to be able to more easily establish cannabis businesses. And is it possible that, given that a variety of people up there own more than one parcel, let's say, is it really necessary that they build a house on every one of those parcels? Currently it is. And so is there the ability to utilize the community plans and the community boundaries associated with those community plans to enable those communities to weigh in more specifically on cannabis land uses and land uses more broadly, so that if a specific community is entirely opposed to cannabis, like we see pretty much in Lewiston, given that I think the entirety of what is actually mapped out in the community plan boundaries, right, those are already existing opt-out areas, versus some of the comments that we heard from some of the downriver communities like Junction City, where most of it is zoned rural residential, and they might like the opportunity to have cannabis licenses at least be an option there in the future. So it gives the ability potentially, if we want to go in that direction, to create overlay zones, which then modify, so more strict or less strict provisions of those zoning districts, which may enable, greater economic development, more opportunities for home-based businesses, et cetera. And then last bullet point on this slide is just that, as a overarching topic and requirement, what I see in many other jurisdictions, and I think Nevada County is one of the closest parallels to Trinity County, although it's, quite a bit more populated. They clearly established, that, you're only going to be able to have a cultivation license on these specific types of parcels, zoning districts as they're zoned. And you would need to have, and I don't remember their provisions specifically, but I want to say, I think it's a 10-acre minimum to have a 5,000 square foot license. It's a 20-acre minimum to have a 10,000 square foot license, things like that. And then there's also standard setbacks. And they address what we address in our administrative buffer reduction concept a little bit differently. They have some other concepts and tools like odor easements and other things that have been established. But generally speaking, I think that as we go forward and we try to embark upon a new paradigm as it relates to cannabis licensing, that we clearly establish, what zones we want to see cannabis in as it relates to cultivation or retail or any of those specific cannabis uses, and that we require some correlation between parcel size and license type. So that's kind of what that last bullet is. Moving on to the next slide.
Hey, Drew, just just one thing that came to mind with that last piece on based on community plans is, I know we could have done more community plans than we ended up doing. I think we did 8 out of the 10 or 11 that we originally said that we could. But that left, for example, a community like Hyam Palm that doesn't have a community plan. And so therefore they wouldn't have community plan driven input to potentially implement an overlay zone. So would you anticipate some other process by which they could be done if the community plan wasn't in place to support that?
Well, Heim Pom does have a community plan.
Oh.
They're-
Oh, sorry.
But, you know, South County, more specifically, did not have a formal community plan.
And communities like Trinity Village where there's, and the communities that are like up Salyer, in Salyer on the subdivision side of the river, those don't. And those are clearly communities that have expressed tremendously that they just don't feel like their small acre parcels are a place where they want to have commercial industry, growing there. So I appreciate that
Sorry, I
question.
misunderstood the High Pump that they did. I'm glad they have one then. I forgot that we had done that. Slowly coming back to me. But if there are other areas that didn't have it, we would just, if we were going down this path, then we would come up with some kind of a process by which an overlay zone could be adopted, if you will, with absent a community plan.
Sure, you know, and that's certainly one mechanism, or we could just try to reach consensus on what the appropriate zoning to allow for specific cannabis uses would be more broadly across the county, and not have to do additional work to create overlay zones and figure that all out. So those are, you know, broadly the options that you all will need to consider and make a decision on. You know, kind of just related to your comments, Heidi, in terms of, you know, areas that either from a more general land use perspective aren't appropriate, and or from sort of just community driven perspective, they feel it's not appropriate. One of the things, and that kind of ties us back to the overall general plan designation process, right? And if you guys remember, there was the map that was produced that shows all of the general plan designations for all of the parcels in the county. So again, in the research that I've done looking at other jurisdictions, that's a place where, as an example, you know, the city of Petaluma, they have areas along the river corridor that used to be all industrial. And what they want to see is the ability for more open space. So they've now worked to redesignate those areas that were previously designated for industrial purposes and zoned appropriately for those land uses to make them parks or areas where people can go and recreate. So one of the things that, and we may be a little past it in terms of the overall general plan progression, but is to really do a deep dive into, you know, what has been designated, you know, sort of the historical trends and why we decided to designate or zone specific parcels, certain things. So in leading up to this presentation, thinking about Post Mountain specifically and the potential to redesignate and rezone that all to ag, I asked Debbie to pull the old files from when those 3 subdivisions that make up Post Mountain were created. And she showed me a pretty interesting newspaper article that said, you can build your own private campground. $1,000 down and $19 a month, and for $3,500 you can have yourself your own private campground out in the forest. So I think, given that campground really isn't the appropriate descriptor for, you know, someone who just wants to spend time on their 2 or 3 acre private property out in the middle of the forest. I think that was kind of the reason, and also the fact that we had an unclassified general plan designation and unclassified zoning district at that time, which we're now moving away from finally, you know, 60 years later or so. That's why you see that Post Mountain is a general plan designation of unclassified and a zoning district of rural residential, because rural residential is probably the closest comparative, you know, zoning district or descriptor of kind of what they wanted to, what the county at that time wanted to see in terms of land use, to, hey, you can come and camp at your property and hang out in the forest. So.
I
and
think that subdivision initiated subdivision law changes in the state. After that subdivision was done, it launched a new set of rules.
And I will tell you that, you know, when I went down to that regulator conference, Post Mountain is known everywhere in the state for the land use and what happened up there, you know, from logging and then into the green rush and the cannabis heyday. I don't think there's a single cannabis regulator who hasn't looked at Post Mountain on aerial imagery, and it's well known for, I would say, our lack of thoughtful land use planning in that regard. Related to Post Mountain and redesignating / rezoning, one of the things that I think is important to note that came up in our discussion with the Mentor Harnish team about allowable land uses is that by state law, any parcel that's zoned agriculture is allowed to build ag employee bunkhouses with up to 35 bunks. And so I think that you all should be aware of that and take that into consideration as we go forward.
Say that one more time.
So by state law, any parcel that's zoned ag is allowed to build ag employee housing with up to 35 bunks. So I don't think that, you know, in terms of the overall 91% of the general plan comments, and the fact that most of those were requesting to convert from rural residential or ag or other things to ag so that they could engage in cannabis, I think that we need to think more creatively in terms of how we want to establish zoning districts, and that in no way is it appropriate to rezone small parcels to ag, given that they can build up to 35 bunk houses for ag employee housing. I don't think that that's what we want to see within the majority of our, you know, 20 acre or less, 10 acre less than 5 acre parcels, you know, because that really doesn't align from my perspective with sound principles of land use. So I just wanted to kind of point that out. So I'm going to keep this top bullet for a little bit later, but one of the things that has come up, you know, over the last almost 3 years that I've been working through trying to make sense of our cannabis ordinances is, again, as I mentioned, you know, there's been this misunderstanding that somehow getting a cannabis license from Trinity County enabled people to then engage in commercial cannabis activities. That is not the case. And so I think that one of the things that I would like to see happen going forward is that we conform the cannabis licensing or cannabis land use approvals process to a standard planning process and not have this, what I've lately been referring to as a square third wheel to our planning process that just rides out there on its own strange track and maybe doesn't make a lot of sense and doesn't roll very well. And so I think that going forward, it makes good sense to have what I would refer to as a dual track process. So the land use entitlement, land use approval process would be and is undoubtedly a discretionary process. So we could conform that to the existing and align it with all of the updates that are happening with zoning code so that it all fits together and it all works well and makes sense together. So we would have potentially DUPs, which are, you know, director approved land use entitlements and or conditional, which just the main difference there is they're both discretionary. The main difference there is one is director approved, which in our current organizational structure is not myself. It's Ed Presley, who is the planning director / deputy director of community development. He approves all DUPs and CUPs. I just approve the licenses. So going forward, converting land use approvals to DUPs and CUPs with a license concept that is more aligned with, say, water board enrollment. And so subsequent to gaining your initial discretionary land use approval, then folks would have to stay enrolled in the program. And I think functionally what that means is that we would be able to, from a staff capacity perspective, more clearly focus on the ground compliance with the mitigation measures and ensure that the sites are, clean and not creating hazards, whether that be wildfire or environmental or otherwise. So there's a lot there in terms of kind of where we want to head overall in the future. But my proposal would be that we clearly establish that in terms of what the land use approval process will be going forward, and that we could convert the existing licensees into use permits. Director's use permits would be my suggestion. So we essentially, all the people that have gone through CEQA already, that have been operational, that are in compliance, they would get converted into a DUP. And then our process would convert to program enrollment or an operating license or something of that sort, where essentially the focus is on the mitigation measures that were applied to the project, the specific performance standards for cultivation or whatever that specific cannabis use might be. And so I guess that's the concept in a nutshell.
Drew, I have a question for you if I could.
Sure.
First of all, I want to say thank you for the deep dive that you've done into looking at other counties that have successfully implemented where we kind of see ourselves wanting to grow up to. And so it's nice to have a model out in front of us. In other respects, I know Nevada County to be very successful. And so it's nice to see this piece come into the picture of what I kind of have in my head in their regard. And so I love the vision and the thoughtfulness, and I love you bringing your thoughts to us and laying it out this way. My question is to do with your first bullet point here, because I have had in my head that land use designations drive zoning and that zoning drives ordinances.
Zoning.
Okay, so I mean, you can see the question.
Sure.
So then the question here then becomes obvious is that we're having a suggestion here that cannabis ordinance updates should occur in advance of the final draft zoning code, and that leaves a question of confusion in my mind.
So, and that was a question that I really had for you all. I've been somewhat hesitant to bring forward the cannabis ordinance updates. I think, and we've had lots of discussion over the last several years, and we've made some, ordinance updates and done, I think, collectively our best to try to make improvements to the process. I didn't want to bring the ordinances to you all without a more clear understanding of what was going to be established in the updated zoning code. Because back to the example of Nevada County and many other counties, as I understand it, most of them don't use the term that we use, which is DUP and CUP. So in Nevada County, they have what they refer to as an AUP, which is administrative use permit, which is functionally, I would say, the equivalent of our director's use permit. But they also have some other pieces of their land use process that were built into their cannabis process because they have development permits, which is not, so they didn't create new concepts for cannabis. They aligned cannabis with their existing land use practices. And so they have administrative use permits and they have administrative development permits. And so depending on the size and scope, license type, use, one may have to go through the administrative use permit process or the administrative development permit process, or they might have to go through like a planning commission approval process there, and I don't recall what they call that, whether that's a CUP or some other term / acronym. So my thinking was that, well, and I think we could all acknowledge that, for the most part, cannabis has sucked the air out of the room as it relates to general plan development, and for many years, just I think time and energy from the board trying to resolve what we created in the beginning to try and make a path for anyone and everyone, for the most part, to get in and get a license, with the exception that we identified when the EIR was being prepared that there were 5,000 to 6,000 known cultivation sites, and we capped the program at 530 licenses. The rationale for that, I will never understand, but it is what it is. And so that's how we developed the EIR, and that's where we are, and those are the confines that we have to work within for the foreseeable future. So to your question, Jill, my thought was that, one, I wanted to just kind of have this general presentation with you guys to get your, get the juices flowing, and hopefully have some brainstorming if we get to that. But I think it might make sense to consolidate and clarify the cannabis ordinances in advance of sort of bringing that all into the updated zoning code. Alternatively, we could just address it all when we get into zoning code updates. I think that then we're gonna be too focused on cannabis, and we're not, there won't be the time or capacity potentially to kind of more broadly consider the rest of land use beyond cannabis in Trinity County. So there's two options there. One, I could bring forward, updated cannabis ordinances, incorporating all of the comments that we received from the, public workshops that we did, I guess 2 years ago now, and just try to, resolve some of the issues that exist in terms of conflicting terminology, inconsistencies in definitions, the fact that they were established as seven different ordinances, and just kind of consolidate it all, make it clear. We have performance standard sections that really aren't performance standards specifically. They're some cobbled together mess of application requirements, some partial smattering of mitigation measures that apply. So I think we could consolidate it all, address some of the existing issues. Micro business is one where we didn't really clearly, we have restrictions on, so specific to micro business, and whether it's a DUP or CUP, we have certain thresholds that have been established. Related to distribution, DUP versus CUP, we have different thresholds that have been established. And so when someone wants to do micro business, it becomes very unclear. And I don't know if you paid attention to the last micro business approval that just went to the Planning Commission, but I wasn't even really entirely sure how to agendize that item, because in the micro business code section, it says all of the provisions of the standalone code sections for the specific uses that they're requesting under micro business have to be complied with. If you read, so one of the main functions of micro business is to enable folks to try to move towards a model that's vertically integrated, right? So in terms of the way state licensing is set up, you have to have, so you have cultivation, but then in order to get it from cultivation to the end user at retail, you have to have distribution in the middle. That's the way the state set it up. There are different thresholds between micro business CUP and DUP and distribution CUP and DUP. So that's why when we took that micro business approval, which was originally approved as a DUP, because they only wanted to do, so I'll take a step back. Distribution at the state level, there are 3 types of distribution licenses. There's type 11 and type 13. Within type 13, there are 2 types. It's self-transport and transport only. So actually, let me say that again. type 13, there's transport only and transport only self-transport. Transport only self-transport means that you can only take the product that you've cultivated to a distributor or to a manufacturer. Transport only means that you can move product around with that transport only license, but you can't get a certificate of analysis, which is a required step to get product from the cultivator to a retailer. So this, to use this microbusiness approval as an example, they originally were approved for type 13 distribution, which then allowed them to get a DUP for microbusiness. We also have some restrictions on the amount of product that a microbusiness can take in any given, I think, calendar year. I think that the intent with that threshold was to differentiate, is your microbusiness going to do distribution for tens or hundreds of other individuals and be operating essentially in the capacity of like a standalone type 11 distributor, where there might be tons of trips and traffic. I think as I understand it, the thinking of the board when that was established was that a micro business was supposed to be a little thing for mom and pop to be able to distribute their own product. The reality is that in order to be able to be truly vertically integrated, you have to have a type 11 distribution license. So we've created some product limitations on micro business generally. And
I'm sorry, but at the state or county level?
at the county level.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And I don't remember, but it's like only a few hundred pounds a year, and it doesn't differentiate, are those pounds of trimmed flour or are those pounds of trim or biomass that then is going to be brought to the micro business for them to make some other value added product like bubble hash, cold water hash, rosin. None of those terms may mean anything to you guys, but Jill's giving me a blank stare.
Well, and I was just gonna say, I think back to where Supervisor Cox was getting about just at the high level of the timing of updating ordinances or the zoning code and so forth, and what drives what. My sense of where we should be headed is my recollection of the ad hoc committee meetings and the public workshops. 90% of what we talked about changing could be changed without knowing how the zoning code is going to end up being. But that there is a portion that absolutely you got to know where one's going to lay out to know that you feel comfortable about the other. And so in my view, if we were dual tracking and knock out all the ones that have nothing to do with where we end up on zoning code, and I don't mean necessarily approve them all, but review them, get the input, know that we're kind of setting that and going, okay, when we're ready, because I know one of the things we want to do is get away from X number of versions and iterations and have one holistic. So we could be building that holistic, getting feedback from the board along the way. And then when we get to that final point, which I think CO title, aren't we about 12 months away probably from the wrapping up of all this general plan zoning and all that kind of stuff, then we could be saying, okay, so here's what our final view that we're going to look at approving on the zoning, and here's the final view of what we're looking to approve. Does everybody feel good about how these fit together? And people can then go, okay, now I can feel comfortable, because if you were going to do this, then I wouldn't want this. If you were going to do this, I wouldn't want this. But if I see them both together, I might be okay. So that's my sense of why a dual track is the right way. But if we waited till after the zoning code and then dug in on the cannabis, I think we will have wasted time. But also, people will still then be wondering, oh, well, should we have zoned it that way or done those kinds of things about zoning if we didn't know how we're going to do the other?
I 100% agree with you, and in no way was I proposing that we push this off till after zoning code is updated.
No, yeah, you specifically said it in advance of, so.
Right. So from my perspective, the way I would frame the question is, do you guys want to see updated cannabis ordinances go to planning commission that consolidate everything, try to address some of the, conflicts that are built into our current code? Or do we want to just push it off and then have all of the discussions related to cannabis and everything else zoning related all at once? So do we want to work through cannabis specific stuff as much as we can now, and then incorporate that into zoning code, and then have the overall discussion about, where what will be, in which zones, which uses will be allowed, kind of to some of the other, topics, concepts that I talked about earlier in the presentation. I personally think it makes sense to consolidate the cannabis ordinances and do that in advance so that we don't get totally sidetracked on cannabis as we have been for the past many years. So that would be my suggestion. That being said, I don't know that it makes sense to move away from the existing license concept until we decide where we're going to allow for specific cannabis land uses from a zoning perspective.
Agreed.
If you're looking for board direction, my input would be that we move forward with as much as we can. And the only things that and still discuss everything, but hold off on the final approval of the things that are really tied closely to this general plan zoning stuff until we're considering both. Because as the example of what you're talking about today, if we're approving something that in the general application of it would mean that Post Mountain could not be as active a cultivation site as they want to be. But with the overlay zone approach that would be incorporated in the general plan and zoning, it would be. Well, now you can look at those two and go, okay, well, okay with the general because the overlay zone allows the exceptions that we think are appropriate. But absent those two coming together, I don't see how we can get everybody comfortable and trusting in the process. That's just my view.
Agreed. And for further clarification, this approximately 90% of what you saw as you looked at all of it, and it really wasn't tightly knitted into the zoning. I'm looking for clarification, so I'm going to make a statement, and then I'm asking for you to say, yeah, you're right, and here's where you're wrong.
Okay.
It occurs to me that once it ties to the zoning, that's going to be, so in my head, it lives in two worlds, and I know I'm like having this stream of consciousness. We have things that need to be cleaned up so the cultivators can do what cultivators need to do. And that makes sense. Why have them sit in places of frustration and lack of productivity that are unnecessary? I get that. What I think is that where that then marries into zoning is where you're going to come into a rub with a neighbor who says, I don't want that next to me. And so I either don't want this land designation changed or the zoning to be what it is, or this to be allowable in such a zone because I live in that zone. Am I correct that it's in that part that we're going to have to figure out how to make it all work together? But right now we can go, okay, yep, that's going to have to be dealt with. But for the moment, we're dealing with just making life easier for cannabis where cannabis is currently allowed.
And I agree with that, but
I want my question answered first, if I could.
Generally, I agree with you, yes.
Where am I off a bit?
I don't think you're off at all. I think there's just more nuance to the overall contemplation in terms of, specific to one of your examples of, well, a neighbor doesn't like it.
Okay.
Now, then the question becomes, is that something that we want to establish a process that addresses that through the future of discretionary land use approval? Or is that something that there's such overwhelming opinion countywide that we want to say, kind of when, like, to give an example of when the cannabis ordinances were created, right? We don't allow for cannabis cultivation in R1, period. So,
Except for personal.
right, sure. But for commercial cannabis, we don't allow it in R1. So, then it comes down to, well, is there enough community, county-wide input that says, no, we absolutely don't want it in these zones, or we absolutely do want it in these zones? Or is there no consensus, which then I think just pushes us down the track where that's something that has to be worked through on the specific project approvals through the discretionary permitting process.
In which case, we're no further forward than where we sit right now. We're trying to streamline so that yes is yes and no is no, and the arguments end.
And I think that we can say yes is yes, no is no for some specific uses in some specific zones.
And I think we're doing that in the future. So if we have it locked down, yes and no, in the future, we aren't going to have these problems, and we need to grandfather those people in that had those in areas that are now zoned. And then going forward, everybody knows what they're supposed to do, knows what they can do. Right now, there's just so much uncertainty. And when you have the ability for someone to move in and say, I don't like that zoning, there has to be a finality where someone bought a piece of property, they are growing on it, and the next person that comes along is tough. That's tough. Once we zone this thing, it is no more complaints about what's happening, who's next to you, what's going on. That's my biggest argument to all of this change, is that people are still able to say, you know, I don't really like that now. And I think I don't really, and then it, you know, we ruin people's careers and lives. And so certainty is my biggest thing. We've got to have
Yes.
finality.
So again, there's just a lot of complexity to it all.
Yeah.
So if we were to consider in specific zones that specific uses are allowed by right,
Mhm.
then they, like someone who owns a piece of property that's zoned ag, if it was allowed by right, then they would be able to, if they met all of the other regulatory requirements, get a land use approval for cultivation in ag, let's say. One of the complexities is that we have, in terms of the parcels countywide that are already zoned, that may not be requesting any changes and or may not be changed. They're not zoned consistently, let's say, right? We have, and I'll pick an area in sort of what I would call downtown Hayfork. Where we have parcels that are RR and we have parcels that are R1 that are right next to each other. And I'm not really sure why one is RR and why the others are R1. But right now, in order to engage in cultivation in R1, you'd have to get rezoned. But if you want to engage in cultivation in RR, you just have to get a license. So the zoning will definitely guide that and create the framework for where these uses will be allowed for, and the approval mechanism for those uses. So is it going to be something that's conditionally allowed or something that's allowed by right? So I don't think that zoning will prevent complaints, but it will clarify. And zoning also won't prevent appeals of licenses or things like that necessarily, not in terms of, is it zoned one thing or is it zoned the other? That is really more related to, is it a use permit, a land use that's been approved, that has a land use entitlement, versus our existing license process, which doesn't clarify that and lends itself to ongoing appeals and contention year after year. I know that doesn't clarify at all, but.
Well, and I think going back to where a lot of this later conversation started with Supervisor Cox's question about the timing of these, in my view, without trying to get into debate about the different policies or outcomes, there were many, many things we talked about. Annual renewals versus, you know, the process that we have today, how complaints are handled. What's the severity of impact, and are we too severe in some cases and not severe in other? What are the requirements of the division to go out and do things to support the program and evaluate impacts? And just a whole bunch of things that we looked at that would improve, streamline, enhance. I wouldn't say it's all about making it easier for the cultivators, but it is making it more clear and more appropriate. I think is where we were trying to get with that balanced input that we got in the public workshops. And there's just a ton of that I think could all be done. And you would never ask a question about, well, yeah, but I don't know until I know how zoning ends up. And then there are things like what you're talking about here, where you're going to get there and you're going to say, well, I want to know what happens with zoning then. And those, I think we just say, okay, let's keep the debate going on both of these then, because these other ones we're kind of locking down. And I don't think we need to wait for those, because let's get out of the way while we work on the rest. That's my view.
Agreed. Yeah.
And my goal overall is to ideally enable the county to use more of its collective brain power to engage in some of these other economic development topics that I think would benefit us as a county as a whole. Maybe make cannabis no longer the most contentious topic, ideally. And then, and I'll tie it to the last bullet point here, is that I would like to see cannabis divisions, staff member time utilized in a more constructive fashion. So I would like for there to be more focus on site-specific compliance. And so that's why, as my last bullet point, I threw in there, establish a countywide business licensing process, because right now, especially this time of year, just given kind of how things rolled out after program shutdown, May, June, and July are our busiest times the busiest time of year for renewals. And my two code compliance staff members spend most of their time in the office doing completeness reviews to make sure that people have their, information with the Secretary of State updated, make sure that they have their seller's permit. All of those things I think make sense, but it would be much more streamlined, and I think a better use of staff time to have them boots on the ground during cultivation season, going to sites to make sure that they're compliant, instead of sitting in the office reviewing digital files to make sure that really what we're doing is business license. Because that was sort of what was, just commingled and smashed all together in terms of the requirements for a cannabis license in Trinity County.
And what is the input that would lead to that outcome? You can have them boots on the ground during these 3 months instead of sitting in front of computers
If we had a business licensing program where all we had to do was look at one thing and say, yep, you've still got an active business license with the county. And from an environmental compliance perspective, you've done what you needed to do to stay compliant in terms of, ongoing site maintenance and adhering to the mitigation measures. Then we could have people out on the ground making sure that, hey, if you want to build a structure, you've actually done your pre-construction surveys. You're not potentially negatively impacting special status species, things like that. So if we weren't so caught up in the sort of burdensome administrative process, essentially doing business licensing only for cannabis businesses in the county, then that would certainly free up some staff time to have more site compliance in terms of the actual site conditions, as opposed to business licensing compliance tasks.
I
That answer the
see
question?
connection and conflict in what I'm hearing and what you're saying, and then maybe it's just that I don't understand. But it looks like you are feeling like if we had countywide business licenses, then it would become more administrative when you're sitting in front of the computer, and you would be out in the field looking at what's actually happening on the ground, that it matches with whatever those records tell you as you look at your screen. But I also see a larger job there. So there's another conversation to be had really about that, because that's going to then open the door to all the businesses, and what staff time is being reduced really looks to me like it's being increased. Not that it's a bad idea.
Right.
But I did want to ask you one more question. When you touched on it, maybe I don't know the answer to it. You said that Nevada County, in addition to having an administrative director's permit where we have an administrative use permit where we have a director's use permit, you said they also issue, I lost it.
Administrative development permits.
So it was uh, a land development permit.
Right.
Yeah. I was wondering if you have sort of 3 or 4 bullets under which, of topics that fall under that umbrella, just for thought.
I mean, I think, just kind of generally, right, they didn't create that process for cannabis. So it's an existing land use approval process if you want to do any commercial development, period. And based on the scope of that commercial development, that's what dictates what review, and whether or not it's whether or not it's primarily administrative or whether it's going to go to a public hearing.
Okay. And I think I'm making us go a little askew from your main point, which is to get some direction, some pre-thought and some direction. So sorry, but that just strikes some vision there that I wanted to know.
And just to clarify on the business licensing topic, staff would look at one thing instead of 12 things. We'd look at and say, yep, they're good with, business licensing, check the box, move on to, the rest of regulatory oversight tasks, versus having to dig through and say, oh, well, you're, not in compliance with the franchise tax board and,
Right.
or,
We
your
would then have a
Secretary of
person,
State.
perhaps in the county, that would be the business license oversight, and they would
Well-
make sure that those things are all in alignment.
From my perspective, looking at it holistically in the county, there's still going to need to be a county staff member doing that
Correct.
concept.
Just
Whether
not
it
the ones
falls
that are
in
supposed to be out in
cannabis
the
or
field.
whether it falls outside of cannabis, there's still going to be somebody that's needing to verify all that information if we go down that path,
Mhm.
as other jurisdictions have. So it's just a concept, it's a topic we do need to, it's been discussed before, and what is the right time to either decide on it again and kick it down the road again or not and implement something. But there is, one way or the other, there is administrative resources associated with a business license concept wherever the administration of that would fall. Most jurisdictions, it falls to the treasurer tax collector office is where it's housed.
And, oh, go ahead.
I just want to say, I think that on the business license topic, correct, we have brought it up numerous times in discussions. Been talked about a couple times today in various opportunities for people to declare, a loss or damage or something due to an emergency. I think that from your vantage point, and then having the potential idea of having them for the county, it would, since we are working within a commercial title, it seems like it would be in alignment to say, do they have a business license with their county? Are they registered as an LLC or a C Corp or a sole proprietorship? How are they doing business? What does that business look like? And then from there, we can align proper permits, licenses, or utilization plans or whatever. But I know in planning business, I know many of you up here do, you have a business plan and where are you going to conduct it? And all of that stuff sort of operates as the driving force behind the decisions that are being made. And I think it would help cause clarity, as most planning does. So that's my statement on that. May I continue, or is there other? I do want to just put something in your mindscape. I would like for all of us and yourself, and as we look forward to these things, to continue to have just to hold space for unintended consequences. Oftentimes, we make decisions and then we are negligent in the area of unintended consequences. So taking the time to kind of key out where these different decisions are going to land at different timings. I think that's going to be really, really important. A lot of rules are made and unintended consequences are not considered, and we end up stifling rather than liberating. And then also, I just want to think about future land use because, right now I drive past an enormous excavation process on the river where they're moving mine tailings, into a different place because as I've said before, the land can never tell a lie. It's always going to give us an image of what the humans who are making the decisions care about and value in that time. And so there was a time in Trinity County where we would have never imagined Trinity County without active mining. There was a time in Trinity County where we would have never imagined that forest industries would slip so desperately into a depressed state that we now have a wildfire industrial complex rather than a timber industry. We would have never thought that. So here we are where we are right now. And as we make plans, knowing that this general plan is going to take us to 2050, I want us to look forward, considering unintended consequences, and then to consider how values may change within the next 20 years or so, and what rules or regulations or parameters or whatever are we putting onto land as a holding space, not something that can move around with the people, but as a determination of how that land is going to be used or not used. How do those future values may be impacted by what we're doing? So that falls underneath of that unintended consequence. And just to the statement of, do we move forward with what we can until we have to meet in the middle with the zoning concept? The only thing that comes to mind is we have to practice the dance before we meet the partner. And so if you wait to get in shape and learn the step moves until the partner arrives, then you're not going to be a good dancer. So I feel like your division needs to practice your dance and get down what it is that you're going to bring to the floor. And then as the general plan is practicing their dance and what they're going to bring to the floor, when we meet in the middle, we're going to hope the music's good and we're going to roll out. So I just want to encourage you to do thoughtfully all that you can as we begin to dovetail and come together for the future. But just please, I really want us to think of those unintended consequences because once decisions are made, especially in land use and zoning, and they're locked in, then we just create another series of, undue necessary concerns with folks. And I also want to make sure that we address everything the best that we can within the cannabis conversation so that we can have other conversations too. Because there is a lot of other ag that happens in our county, and I don't want those folks to be, stuck to the corner and those voices not heard. So I would like to see a chance to have those other conversations too. And I think the more we front load it and the more we practice the dance, the better off we'll be when we come together. So just
Thank you.
keep that rattling around.
I just want to come back to one thing I heard you say, because make sure that we're hearing and addressing what you're bringing up. If I'm understanding it correctly, if I'm almost any other kind of business, I may go through whatever hoops I go through to get in place and be able to do my business. And that's true with the cannabis cultivation arena or other aspects of the commercial cannabis. And there's lots of hoops. But as I understand it right now, what's unique about the cannabis side is that many of those hoops stay in place every single year to go through the process. And one of the things that we would look at with the streamlining and enhancements of the ordinances would be to streamline that process and say, you went through all the hoops, you got approved, grandfathered, or however you want to say, and you are in good standing. And so of course you get to move forward, pay your fees and move forward. And that in and of itself would free up your team to do a whole lot more value added work. Am I thinking of that and saying that correctly?
Sure, I agree.
Okay. So, and to me, that's one of the things that if that kind of work could be done well ahead of this time next year, then this season for you, that April, May, June timeframe when you're caught up in bureaucracy, could be more value added, and we don't have to wait till June, July when we're approving everything else that has to do with zoning.
And then just back to the kind of business licensing concept. Because we're on an annual license cycle, we can't really effectively confirm the status of all of those, what I would generally refer to as business license requirements, well in advance. Because for whatever reason, they, you know, franchise tax board, you know, paying the renewals with the Secretary of State, keeping their entity active, regulatory compliance with any of the other, you know, agencies, water board, fish and game, all those things, we really have to do it like very close to the renewal date. Because otherwise, then we have to do it again to make sure that they haven't fallen out and not paid taxes, or, you know, that they changed their entity, did they update their seller's permit, all those kinds of things. We're just on a really tight timeline and time crunch because we're on that annual renewal cycle. So if there was a process where, unrelated to the annual renewal, we were verifying that they were in compliance with all of those other parts and pieces, and we could just check, you know, a permitting system for business licenses, and yep, they're active, good, then we wouldn't need to expend as much staff time in the crunch window. And then because we're so busy, then we're doing completeness reviews only a couple weeks before the license comes up. And then that can oftentimes create issues where someone didn't know that, you know, their entity expired with the Secretary of State, and it can take months to get that sorted out. And then it's like, well, you know, you're not in compliance, so we're not going to renew your license. If that helps to just kind of characterize that a little more clearly.
You're working really hard to clarify for me, and I appreciate that. And I think that instead of taking everyone's time, I'll ask you some more clarifying questions offline.
Okay.
Okay.
So then, just to summarize my understanding, y'all would like for us to proceed with cannabis ordinance updates and consolidate and clarify as much as we can. But again, as I'm understanding it, like, we basically won't touch where it's allowed. So we're going to be addressing the how part and not so much the where part. So we would consolidate it all, make more clear and consistent requirements for those land uses. And then when we get into either, you know, at some point between now and final adoption of zoning code, we'll then dig into the where and the why. But for now, we would just consolidate and update and just get rid of the existing conflicts and problems that I think, you know, we're aware of, that have been brought up to us through the, you know, public meetings and workshops that we've had in the past, and the comments that came in. And we could recirculate another second draft. I mean, that's another part of the question. Do we actually want to formally update the ordinance? Or do we just want to gain consensus and then have that incorporated into zoning code? Those are two different tracks entirely.
But from my perspective, it's, I mean, whichever is more logistically correct, but I would hope that we can do something in advance of April of next year, to the extent that that would benefit you and the cultivation permit holders to actually move forward in a more streamlined basis. And if that can't be done by incorporating into zoning, then we could change the ordinance. And then if we put it into zoning later, we can take it back out of the ordinance or something. But I hate to have us go another year where you have inefficiencies that we could address.
I agree with that, but I also would kind of double back on Supervisor Carpenter Harris's unintended consequences. I don't want to see us put something into an ordinance and then take it back out again. To me, if that was happening to me, that would be really frustrating. So if it's clear and obvious, that could be one thing.
So the way I see it is that if we were to either just generally gain consensus or to update the cannabis ordinances to create consistency and consolidation of all the various parts and pieces, that when the final zoning code was adopted, all of that would be incorporated into zoning code and would essentially supersede our subsequent cannabis specific ordinances, because all of chapter 17 will be updated. And there's not, like, to kind of take a step back, right, to, let's say, enforcement, right? Rather than having, and we may still want to have some specific provisions for cannabis, but we I would think that it makes more sense for all of our planning processes to be aligned, so that if we have enforcement for under zoning code, that applies across the board. There may be some specific provisions to specific land uses in terms of what those monetary penalties might be, or what the repercussions for certain actions may be. But that's all going to be incorporated into chapter 17, and there's not going to be this weird third wheel over here that's cannabis. It's just going to be incorporated into chapter 17 like any other land use. That's what I see as the final outcome of zoning code update. So whatever we establish between now and then would be incorporated, but would be established, and we're not going to have this whole crazy world of cannabis specific. We will have cannabis specific enforcement and, specific provisions for specific land uses, but we will have those specific provisions for all land uses, specific to the land use, not just a zoning code that has, mining, right? Like if all of those land uses would be equally specific, and it would all be incorporated into the updates to chapter 7.
I would just ask before we finish the conversation, this has been predominantly board to department head, and I would love CAO input if you have thoughts or.
Yeah, so a couple things. First, I do want to make sure that we don't take the larger chapter 17 update off schedule. So I want to be cognizant of that. I do think there are some aspects of chapter 17's cannabis specific that we can address and update outside of the final adoption of chapter 17, and those things will make sense. But I would ask the board to give us some, or to give us the direction to identify those areas and then work those with the planning commission, and then those items that need to then come before the board here. And let staff identify those, and we can provide periodic updates if need be. We can do, provide that. There's going to be some things that just fall into that category that Drew mentioned of they're just too complicated, and there's too many intertwining pieces to land use and some future decisions that need to be made, and we'll just carve those out. But I do think there are some areas that we can make some progress on, and that is part of that was really the intention of this discussion today, leading up to next week and then in August and down the road, where we can also work some of these specific cannabis items in parallel. But be aware that oftentimes they get complicated quickly, and we don't want to create those unintended consequences. But I would like to remind the board and just ask the chair that before any final direction is given to staff, I would ask us to open this topic up for public input, public comment, just like we would any other topic, and then give us that final after the public.
Thank you all for taking the time and letting me give this presentation and have the dialogue with you all.
Happy birthday.
Thanks.
Yeah. That's how I want to spend my birthday.
All right, do we have any other questions or public comment?
Yeah, no?
Yes, please.
Public comment is fine.
Lisa Wright, Lewiston, Chair, board members. Big thanks to Drew. It's a complicated topic with a lot of, impact to hundreds of small businesses, actually. Just a few comments because that was kind of the first I've digested, so there might be more to come. But when Prop 64 created the framework, SB 94, I believe was, to establish the licensing at the state level, it specifically, there's business and professional code specifically allows local jurisdictions to do land use permitting and business licensing. And that's the way that many other jurisdictions have done that. But Trinity, we already had a commercial program before the state, right? So then we've kept this kind of parallel cannabis license, local cannabis license along with the state license. But even in lawsuit settlement agreements, we conceded that the licensing authority, the TA lawsuit, that the licensing authority is actually the state. And that led us to not being able to issue provisional licenses. So I think we can come into kind of congruence with state licensing quite easily, and by making some, minor changes. The move to a land use permit, excellent. Business license doesn't need to be that complicated because DCC requires all these things too. So right now it's being reviewed in parallel, right? So DCC is checking, do you have your LSA? Do you have your NOA, which is your water quality permit from the water board? Are you in good standings with your corporation? All that's being done with your DCC license renewal. We're doing it here again as well. But it has to be done first because you can't get your state license until you have your county license all renewed. So both those things are going on. So I think the business licensing could be much simpler actually here. Maybe they pay a fee for their annual site visit. They show they have their DCC license, which would have then analyzed all those other things that we're doing duplicative now. And then your scale certified. Boom, let's move on. There's your business license. Could be that simple, I think. So I really like, moving to that approach. And that's, again, whether it's business license, program enrollment, we're used to program enrollment. That's what you do with the water board. You submit an annual report. Maybe that's your MMRP, which is your mitigation measure reporting and your progress there. And that processes your business license renewal as well. So there's a variety kind of ways that could be done, but I think it's simpler than it might at first be conceived to be. I do have a question about converting to DUP, if that would be a whole process of going through all that once again, and how that would look. And then I would say, wow, okay. Update now. I'm on the update now path. So I think what you guys are all saying is take it as far as we can, build the zoning into it later, just because there's so many inconsistencies, complicates things, slows down things, time is money, right? On both ends. So that would be my brief input. Thank you.
Thank you.
Supervisors, John Brower from Junction City. Thank you for the job of kind of painting this broad landscape. It's a vast topic. Just kind of a few thoughts from notes I took in order of Drew presenting. As far as the difference between the language of permit versus license, it's really easy to change just throughout all of our county code, just via definitions. Something as simple as permit and license to be used interchangeably. Initially when the county developed our program, the word license became the more common verbiage, but what we did is we created a ministerial permit for the low impact up to 10,000 square foot, what the state later called small cultivations. That should remain ministerial. Or have a very streamlined DUP process that becomes permanent as long as you're meeting your discretionary CEQA commitments. It's the part of the confusion and messiness of this is we have the vast majority of our licenses are ministerial, yet later the state forced a discretionary environmental CEQA component layer on top. So without the ministerial approval, we would have 0 licenses in Trinity County. In the 9 years of the program, we've achieved 6 or 7 discretionary approvals. It's a really long, expensive process and can be easily undermined if we didn't have a staff that was willing to do these chores and able to do these chores. The discretionary component could become next to impossible in a place like Trinity. Anyway, I encourage the quick adoption of that permit and license language being equalized. The community plans, are the place to paint the land use element of this. And historically, the program and in the EIR is county-wide, yet there can be overlay zones that are exclusionary. That's exactly how the general plan and the community plans should be, is county-wide, it's very permissible and inclusive, yet given communities can be more restrictive. It's absolutely the way to do this. The highest quality product comes from the unclassified and rural residential and higher elevation areas throughout the county typically. That's what we need to encourage if we want to have a future in this game.
John, thank you very
I'm
much.
up on my 3 minutes, but I would encourage further public engagement on this before making any big, strong decisions. And this is really a hugely complicated topic. I would try to not reinvent the wheel.
Thank you,
in the near
John.
term.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Do we have any on Zoom?
Adrian Keys.
Good afternoon, Chair and Supervisors. Man, this really
One
is.
second, Adrian, we can't hear you.
I am off mute on my side.
We're just having to turn up the volume, I think a little more. Go ahead, Adrian.
Hey, thanks again. Yeah, this is it's a big topic and it's, there's a lot of pickup work being done. There are a number of the points that were brought up about like the ministerial and discretionary permitting, licensing. I'm in full support. I completely agree with everything that both John and Lisa said. I think they both really summed it up, and I don't want to be reiterative, so I'll keep my comments to a minimum. My concerns are around the process of converting to a DUP. Exactly what would that look like? I would like that to be spelled out relatively clearly. I would also be curious if overlay zones are employed. Would that process be like consistent amongst regions, or would regions be able to really like tailor their own overlay zones? Because I could see, we've developed an opt-out process, so to speak, that is supposed to follow a similar methodology from one region to another, and I'd just be curious how that would look for an overlay zone. I would be very much in favor of moving forward on the ordinance updates that can be done. There are just a number of administrative things in the ordinance, similar to what Drew brought up about product acquisition limitations under micro business and the structure of micro business involving distribution and the need for a CUP versus a DUP. Those are topics that I consistently hear from my membership are holding them back in their businesses, that process is too restrictive and doesn't meet the needs of the cultivators or the program enrollees. So I'd love to be able to hash that one out further. Yeah, that's probably it. I really appreciate this conversation, and I hope that we can get through this, because this has been, you guys have been on the board for a given length of time, but the three of us commenting here so far probably collectively have close to 30 years of input on this, and it's really taking a long time. And it's, as far as like the unforeseen consequences go, we're having to deal with the unforeseen consequences of a piece of regulation that was built from like an adversarial prohibitionist mindset. And we've seen how things have changed. We've seen culture change. We've seen demographics change. We've seen all these things. And now here we are trying to remain compliant with state regulation, trying to keep our businesses afloat. And we're having to fix a lot of things that were built because there wasn't really good foresight used at the time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Veronica.
Good afternoon, Veronica Kelly Albies, Douglas City. I want to say ditto to some of the things that have already been said. I appreciate this process and Drew's presentation. I really appreciate the thoughtful conversation that has been occurring. I do want to bring up a couple of things that were talked about today, though. When in talking regarding cannabis as a home-based business, I think that definition gives a false impression. You know, most home-based businesses, most, not all, are designed for, or they're defined as in-house, like in your home, doing management online, all of that. We also know there's a broader definition of that. However, when you have any kind of commercial use with a higher propensity to create public nuisance in regards to noise, odor, traffic, and possibly safety, I think that business is well above a home-based business definition and should be considered. And I bring this up because of the rural residential issue that has occurred. I have not been around here for 30 years with all of this, and I give a lot of respect for those that have been involved in this. I've been around it though for 7, almost 8 years. And I've tried to educate myself and learn to grow with this county and this program. I want successful businesses here. I want successful cannabis businesses here. But there was a word used earlier today, and it was called serenity. And I think that those who live in a residential area deserve that word as well. Having some serenity in their home that they go to lay their head at night, and Heidi's words ring really true and strong for me today as well. The overlay zone sounds like something that might continue to give that community discussion about what a community wants to see for their area. I also think discretionary approvals need to stay part of this process. I think it's important for the voice. We often talk about Trinity County as being different, our topography, our parcel shapes. All of that doesn't fall into the normal or the usual. And I think that's why we're having to really craft in on cannabis and how it's going to be laid out throughout our county. And so I just want to keep those in your mind as well, because those who I had a home-based business for many, many years. I've worked in brick and mortar businesses. I am from a farming family. My grandfather, my uncle, my cousins. So I do understand how that looks and how that feeds your family and what it can do. But I also need to think that we need to look at the county as a whole, and how through all of this process, we as a whole of county can grow. And so I appreciated all of those comments, and I look forward to further discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Veronica.
We have no further hands.
Okay.
So CEO Tuttle, you're looking for board direction
Guidance.
regarding what Drew was bringing forward on those various areas? Is that what you're?
Well, like Drew summarized it pretty well at the end. I think is what he heard, what I heard, what we've heard from the public, and I think what we've heard from the board is there is a desire and a consensus to move forward on a parallel track and address those items that we can that aren't associated specifically with land use. Those items that are too intertwined, we'll address them as long as we can. But then at the end of the overall chapter, and we'll update those specific items as we can, bringing them through the PC and this board as normal process. And then we'll try to do as many of those as we can prior to, end of this calendar year, early next year. So the next growing season can take advantage of those. And then all of it will be then wrapped up and finalized, if you will, packaged in the overall Chapter 17 update. So there will be parallel tracks going on, not just a serial. So that's what we were looking for in essence.
Yeah,
Does the
so
board understand all that was summed up by CEO Tuttle and Drew?
just to kind of give you my thoughts on that, the way I conceptualize sort of what that looks like, from a sort of presentation perspective and an overall timeline perspective. I can certainly bring the consolidated and clarified ordinances to the Planning Commission in pretty short order, as I've already made those changes, because we've had those public meetings. And then my thinking is that perhaps what would be helpful is to put together a document that will be part of the backup to the ordinance updates that will identify specific pieces that relate to land use more specifically, and kind of just put a pin in all those. And then, maybe we want to have another presentation or discussion opportunity outside of, incurring additional time and cost from the Mentor Harnish team, so that we can kind of just be clear on the guidance we want to give them. That's what I think makes sense to me. So if that makes sense to you all, I'll work on getting an updated ordinance put together with a document that highlights, okay, there's these topics, whether it be the fact that in some of our cannabis ordinances says it's allowed here, in other cannabis ordinances says it's not allowed here. So that's just one piece of the puzzle that we can consolidate, but we'll put a pin in all of that and just highlight all of those more specific zoning and allowable use type conversations for future, but at least just consolidate the cannabis ordinances and maybe make some other necessary updates just to resolve some of the, terminology conflict or process conflict that exists in our, 7 ordinances that are now our cannabis ordinances currently.
To be clear, we're saving it's allowed here and not allowed here for zoning.
That's my understanding of what you all are requesting, yeah.
I thought I heard you differently just now. Thanks.
Thank
So,
you. very much.
see, Tud Hill, do we just, we don't need to clarify that in words, we just give.
Direction, we don't need to.
Very good. Does the board have consensus too?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Drew. Appreciate it. Thanks for your hard work.
Appreciate the time.
Take a break, please.
We'll take a 5-minute break.
What's the route down there? Go through Houston or?
We're going to Denver.
Denver. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we are on to D6 in county matters. County Administrative Officer, discuss and provide direction to staff regarding potential county revenue options. You, Tadeo?
Chair, let's do D6, if you could read that one in. You just read in D7. So let's do D6 first.
One more time.
Just read D6, because I think you just read D7.
No, I did not. So D6, I said discuss and provide direction to staff regarding potential county revenue.
Oh, his is out of order.
I
The one
know
I
that
see
one.
online is different.
Okay. It was all me. I take that back. So I'm gonna read I'll read number 7 first. Well, let's go back to 6, huh? City office. Introduce and waive the reading of an ordinance creating Trinity County Code Section 8.41 regarding encampments on public property.
Thank you, Chair. So this is the introduction and the first reading of proposed additional section to Chapter 8, which is titled Health and Safety. So the ad hoc drafted this ordinance over the last number of weeks. There was input from all ad hoc members from the draft. Council has reviewed it and it's gone through the appropriate processes. When we drafted the ordinance, public safety was the top priority. Safety for the community residents, but also safety for the individuals who might be experiencing homelessness. And there's also guidance for enforcement. The ad hoc feels the ordinance is a positive step in the right direction to helping address some of the issues associated with this topic that the board has heard about. So with that introduction, I'll open it up to any specific questions before we would go into a potential motion.
Do we have any questions? Do we have any comments in the room? On Zoom?
Veronica?
Good afternoon, Veronica Kelly Albies on behalf of the Weaverville Douglas City Parks and Recreation District. I just had a question regarding the definition of park and what scope this would have and how it might affect Leafong Park. Because it does say held out by the county or used by the public for active or passive park and recreation uses. I just would like to know if, I mean, I like this ordinance. I think there's a lot of thought that's gone into it. I just want to know how it would cover Leafong Park or other parks like Junction City Park. Well, that's a county one, but anything that's maybe special district or not within the county purview. Thank you.
Do we have any other on Zoom?
We do not.
We'll bring it back to the board.
I'd like to make a motion, if I could please, to adopt the ordinance as presented.
I'll second that.
Did we
Just
word that
to-
right?
We get, yeah.
Oh,
Just-
I did it again. I think I'd learn. No, I got it wrong. I'll fix it. To make a motion to introduce and waive the reading of this ordinance. Julie, are you good
I
with
will
that?
second.
Okay. So I'd like to start the discussion just by sharing with the public how very much work has gone into this and how appreciative I am of each of the departments that have come together and want to include HRN in that. They've very much been a player at the table of conversation and thought and care. And the fact that not only has the intent been to address really the catalyst for this, which was citizens who were impacted by fear that came from homeless encampments and activities there, but also to really consider what we can do on both sides of the spectrum, which is to provide services and engage with folks who, do need that hand up and are looking for an alternate, method to meet personal needs. I think it would be good to address the public comment that is wondering about the definition of park. And so maybe CEO Tuttle could do that.
Yeah, I believe the specific question about Leaf Fawn Park, that would be covered under the ordinance and the definition of park as defined in the proposed ordinance.
I have a quick question, Mary.
Go right ahead.
In the area where it speaks about the storage of personal belongings, how long are we required to store those items?
Well, see if Todd Hill may, I comment on that because I very much don't agree with this. At 90 days.
So we have to store their belongings in a storage unit for 90 days.
Well, so let me just dive a little bit deeper into this. And my confusion and my hesitancy to do this is I talked to CEO Tuttle about this earlier this week, maybe last week, and I guess it's a law that we have to store what these homeless people deem as prized possession, something that is worthy.
Personal belongings.
Well, no, that's not exactly right. It could be, we'll just make it a hard one. So they have a newspaper there. And in that newspaper, the 3 pages of the newspaper, it had grandma's obituary in there, very personal to that person. Now when me, you, or whoever goes there, how do I know that? So they have old crayons there. Maybe they're great artists, but we see them as crayons and they object. So I really, really, really have a big problem with this. I don't know how we're going to decipher. First of all, I don't think we should be spending time, manpower, money to store it. What happens if we break something? And honestly, if you go to a homeless camp and they are not there and it's everything there is open to the public, I'm not sure how much you value your goods. And I don't know how personally I would put a value on something that, maybe this thing of Tic Tacs came from grandma before she died and it's your, sacred thing. How do I know that? What happens if we break it? They probably won't come back for the stuff. I would be more into, and I don't know the legalities of this, but here's my shot, go down to a homeless camp, put up a sign that says 72 hours, we will be back and we will be collecting everything and throwing it away. And that may be unsympathetic, but at times that might be the way I am. So I have a problem with that.
That component of it. Okay. That component of it.
Yeah, it's just, how do I know it's valuable to you?
Right.
You may look at that little bottle you have next to you and think it's the greatest thing in the world. I think it's a little bottle.
Right.
So
How much, just out of curiosity, based off of historical experiences and events, we have existing storage units, right? That we have to store other county stuff, like if someone, yes, no? Do we have storage units that the county rents for such things as storage, or will these be stored on county grounds?
These items would be stored in, there's potentially existing units, but that's, again, it's pretty limited, but it would just depend upon the quantity
Okay.
of what would
Well, I
be
can't imagine it would be
collected.
much after you went through the weathered and the destroyed by the weather and went through this little list. That seems to be pretty Okay, thank you for that. I
Yep.
just was curious to know. So 90 days is the answer.
And I think there's a lot of ambiguity between what the homeless encampment people may think as precious and what we think is precious, and I don't think anybody really can determine that just by going down and looking at a homeless encampment. You know, I think that if you leave 5 buckets of human waste at a homeless encampment, I think you lose your right to keep everything. Probably hear about that in the future, but that's just the way it is for me. I think that if all that's open to the public and, you know, if you're homeless, I'm not sure how you get all that stuff. But I certainly don't think the county should have the last say on what homeless Johnny has that is precious to him, because I certainly wouldn't think some things are precious, and maybe he does. And what happens if it really is precious and then we break it? Who's liable for it? We have to store it. It's just, it's too ambiguous for me.
Is that state law?
It is,
So we have to do it whether we
state
think
law
it's
for a
like it or
minimum
not.
of 60 days. Personal property that is obtained through the cleaning out of a homeless encampment must be kept by the public agency for 60 days.
So what is the
Yes,
broad?
so it's personal property, doesn't use the word valuable or precious or anything along those lines. It's just whether it belongs to them.
Okay.
How do we
Understood.
decipher what's the personal property and not? So they have a garden gnome on there. Is that their personal property or did they
If
steal it?
they say it's their personal property, you'd probably have to store it.
Not good.
Thank you.
I don't disagree with the opinions, but I think we could, you know, if the board would like to, you know, before the second reading, we could drop it down to 90 or 60 days. You know, but we're still going to be responsible for those said items.
Why was it, remind me if you could, why did we put 90 days in here if we're only required to do 60? I don't remember the conversation.
There's differing, I mean, Governor Newsom's 2024 proclamation declaration changed it down to 60 days as the requirement. So, I mean, there's some newness to it.
Okay.
90 is just a little more conservative. It's a little safer, if you will, from a potential litigation perspective. I am aware of, you know, larger jurisdictions who have gone in and done homeless encampment sweeps and done a lot of moving of people, and there has been lawsuits, there has been issues with this. So we may not agree conceptually with it, but I also don't want to open ourselves up for potential litigation if we can avoid that.
I'm county council, I'm sure can weigh in on this, but I'm looking at a Santa Rosa injunction that took place about 5 years ago that mandated the storage of 90 days. So.
It's,
I'm sorry, Governor Newsom just issued an executive order along with the model ordinance, and the model ordinance and executive order said that any ordinance that's passed regarding the homeless encampments had to include for public storage of a minimum of 60 days.
board's good with the minimum, we can put the minimum in there. We're just going with a little more conservative approach, if you will.
I think the problem, the fuss, is with having to do it at all. Once you've had it in there for 60 days, reducing risk of just leaving it there for 30 more is really not the big deal. It's not staff time or what have you. It just sits there and helps us to reduce risk. It's the fact that you have to do it, but you're not going to get away from that.
So, and I'll just add to that, I think we're gonna wait the minimum of 60 days and then dispose of all their stuff in our storage locker. I doubt they come back within 2 months and say, oh, boy, I really like that. So, I mean, I think we're stuck either way. I don't like Newsom's law. I didn't like his leading law when he put it out. And I understand the liability, but it's gonna be so hard for us to decipher what's, personal property, what's valuable to a person or not. This is just with the laws in place as they are right now, there's a no-win situation for Trinity County, and we will lose money doing this, for sure.
Well, my sense is that, I mean, I'm also seeing that this is protected by the 14th Amendment of the Constitution, so not just California. And whether we like it or not, there is the requirement. And I think I agree with Supervisor Cox that even though requiring less days would be nice, if it puts us at greater risk for paying for a storage unit for a little bit longer, then I'm fine with leaving it at the 90 days that the ad hoc committee recommended.
CEO Todd Hill, do you think there's any more exposure from 60 days to 90 days of the county?
I think there could potentially always be more. You're never going to be able to mitigate all the risk, but I think there's a little less with 90 versus 60. I mean, it just depends upon the sympathy of a judge or a jury, when you get to that point.
Understood. And how much stuff are we going to be taking off of these places? Sorry, how much stuff, how many pounds of articles are we going to be taking off this place? And I don't think we're talking just a few things. We're talking hundreds and hundreds of items. And I just don't think it's the county's responsibility. But we have to do what the law says. So I'm still leaning towards 60 because I honestly feel that whatever we gather, put away, that they probably won't come back for, and we will probably have to dispose of anyways. But I will do whatever would lead us to having less litigation than exposing us to more litigation.
Any other questions or discussion?
I have I have another one. I read through this and now I'm reading through it again because sometimes I don't remember everything, but is there any way that we have through any department, jurisdiction, authority, whatever, that we can hold the person financially responsible for the length of time their stuff has to be stored for them? I know that they probably don't have any means to pay the fine of any way, but I still get stuck on these vehicles that just keep getting left everywhere, and the other, like, many tents and other things, and we are constantly absorbing those costs for removal, whether it's of personal belongings or storing them. It's like, how much more costs can we possibly absorb to deal with keeping our communities clean and safe, and never have any way to say, at some point, somebody needs to be held accountable for this. I mean, it's frustrating. I know you agree. I can tell by the look on your face, but yeah, it's just super frustrating that it's always gets turned back on our people that are working hard, paying their taxes, asking for the county to provide services. And then we have these sinkholes that seem to just open up, these chasms, and our resources fall in them and they close back up. And then we get left with the consequences again and again and again. We don't have a way to hold them accountable.
Concur with you 100%.
Okay. All right. Well,
Just one thing comes to mind. I've seen this before. I've seen it twice before. That there was a mobile home. Mobile home that you could drive, and a motor home, I'd say, that you could drive. And there was a roof, two sides, and a back, but the front was completely torn off, and they lived inside that part of it. What do we do with that? We have to have now pick that up, tow it, take it somewhere?
It sort of depends on if it's on public property or private property. I think that if it's on private property, then you have some ability to potentially hold them accountable. But if it's on public property, it's going to be on the county to deal with.
And believe me, they don't put it on private property. They just don't. So gonna be accountable for getting the vehicle abatement out there, which we don't have enough money for to really abate the ones who need to. And then we're gonna have to have a storage locker that might be 28, 35 feet long to hold this thing because this homeless person deems that to be a prized possession.
Well, the mobile RV unit you're describing wouldn't need to be inside anything. That would just be stored in an outdoor storage yard.
Understandable, but it's cost. Again, they're not coming back for it. Then we gotta go do something else that there's more money, there's more, we're looking to spend $1,000 on something that's useless that the county will have to take, accountability for and say we are towing it and it breaks in half. And Bob Jones, the homeless person, says, geez, that thing was worth $18,000. Well, now what? You know,
You just bought yourself an $18,000 prize.
well, that's nice to know. I mean, we have to do what the law says in this case, and, 6 months excuse me, 60 days and 90 days all seem excessive to me, but I will go with whatever the board and CEO Tuttle thinks to be the least liable way to move through this motion.
And ultimately, if you could legislate personal responsibility, we wouldn't have to sit here and go through this, nor would the ad hoc members have spent hours and hours in meetings and all of the things. But recall the catalyst and recall the lands in your district that need attention and need property owners and school children and considering where your situation, lies there, that's this work to address that. I wouldn't say unintended consequences. I would say the consequences that we can't avoid are such. It is going to be an effort and cost some money, but we are here to decide if this is the right way to address the concerns of those residents who have been impacted by these activities, and that has been the perception of the ad.
Being camp was age, Johnny, what do you consider valuable here? And this is everything. And now we have to.
Vote on the standing motion. This is a bleak board of and and their belongings, whatever they may be, can be as precious as anything that we have in our home. And so I don't appreciate that we are diminishing or demonizing in this discussion. As heard so much, love to have the votes and move on.
Well, let me just throw one more thing at that, Ray. You are going to make the decision, the person there, they may deem as precious.
Is there anything about this that's going to impact how we vote on this?
I just making sure that, you may understand that, and I'm no bleeding heart, but there may be a homeless encampment. I think we took 1.5 tons worth of stuff off something. And, I understand what you just said, but I don't agree with it. So we can take a vote.
Confused as a member of the ad hoc, why this conversation didn't happen within the ad hoc and is now happening here. We had opportunity to make comments and to speak into what would come before the board today, and I don't recall hearing any of these comments at that time.
I don't think I was at the last ad hoc meeting. I think I was on vacation.
I think we did this a couple of meetings ago because it's been before. I think we did it a couple meetings ago because it's been in the hands of council reviewing it to make sure that that it would go over well. So
Are we ready? Do we have a motion? I don't
We
recall.
do.
We do.
We have a
Okay.
motion and a
Second.
second. Ready to call for the vote whenever you are.
Please.
I am ready.
Supervisor Brownfield,
Aye.
Supervisor Cox.
Aye.
Supervisor Leutwiler,
Aye.
Supervisor Carpenter Harris.
Aye.
Chairman Gogan.
Yes.
Thank you.
I have my public comment.
Oh, I'm sorry, sir.
We
Go
called
ahead.
for public comment.
Did we skip public comment?
We already had
Oh,
public
I
comment.
thought,
Well, we called for public comment before a motion was made.
I think we did.
Yep. Yes, we did.
Veronica spoke.
Yeah,
Blink.
Veronica did
Veronica.
speak and,
Veronica commented on the item.
yeah.
There's no one there at the at the camp, then there's no one who's going to.
Duly noted. John, thank you. Okay, so we got the vote on that. We are ready to move on to D7. CEO, discuss and provide direction to staff regarding potential
Then
County.
we use your mic.
county revenue options. I'll read that again in case someone didn't hear it. Introduce and waive the reading of an ordinance.
Discuss.
Oh, Jesus, I'm reading the backwards one. Discuss and provide direction to staff regarding potential county revenue options.
All right, we'll bring up some slides here. And the intent of this item is to present a couple revenue options and topics that have been in front of the board before, that have been part of some other community discussion forums, and just to put it back in front of the board as we are approaching the 1 year out mark from the next general election in 2026. So let's see if, look at that, electrons are working with us today. All right, so we're going to talk a little bit about the revenue and expense trends. It's just kind of an introduction. Then we'll talk about two basic categories of revenue possibilities. One, I put under the umbrella of voter controlled, meaning they're a part of an election, and then a couple other ones, non-voter controlled, meaning they're not tied to any particular election. So part of the why, I know that oftentimes we've talked about, revenues and what they are, where they come from, but from a big picture perspective, what you see on the screen is our revenue expenditures for the last 5 years. These numbers have been, they're updated, but the numbers are what the numbers are, and the trends are what you see. There's been some questions as far as, well, why the dip in 2021, 22, 21, 22 time period? That dip basically matches the larger state revenues. There are most people attribute that to quote COVID time period, and just the differences, the anomalies, the changes that our larger society was seeing at that time, and we are no different. As far as taxes that we would realize from sales taxes, from TOT taxes, from anything associated with taxes, and that's where these revenues are generated from. And then you'll ask, well, why the big increase in 22, 23? That is basically attributed to, the additional revenue, one-time type revenue that we did see from a federal perspective flowed down through the states and eventually flowed to us during that time frame, and then it kind of dipped back off again in 23, 24. We anticipate the 24, 25 actuals, which we're coming close to getting those, but they will be, at or equal to, the 23, 24. So you won't see any uptick from there. So then, there are these revenues and expenditures in the big picture are basically flat. You've heard me use that term before. No, it's not a direct flat line, but if you look at the associated increases in for both revenues and expenditures, it's basically a flat line type of trend. So the next slide shows, this comparison to the overall expenditures from a CPI, larger industry type perspective. So you can see some pretty big increases there. The anticipation is that 25, you'll see somewhat of not a level off, but maybe a little bit less of a increase than we saw in the 23 to 24 time period, but still data is still pending on that. So as we get into the different types of voter control taxes, I want to articulate that, what do we use these types of funds for? And what would we use any additional types of funds that may be generated from any type of revenue source? From my perspective, the first priority is always going to be public safety. And then you talk about, well, what is public safety? Predominantly, public safety falls into, sheriff's office, probation, DA, those items that fall under that larger, public safety umbrella net. There's also items that would fall under, our volunteer fire departments. We don't have fire districts like some other larger jurisdictions have. We don't have county, controlled fire departments like some other districts have or jurisdictions have. We're fortunate and grateful for our volunteer fire departments. We do provide them some level of resources, very, very minimal at that. I would certainly like to be able to provide more to them. And if there was additional resources, that would be another area. And then support for community type services. And then what falls into that category? Well, that's pretty large, items like library, parks, fair association, all of those types of community benefited services would fall under that category. There is, a desire from, your staff to definitely provide more and a higher level of services in all these other areas. But the realities are, we are constrained by the fiscal realities that we operate in. So part of the discussion today is, what are some areas that we could potentially look at if we wanted to. And the first topic there is what you're seeing is, the voter controlled types of categories. So we'll first talk about, taxes, sales is the traditional, sales tax is a traditional term. A little bit of TOT, we'll talk community service areas and then potential special districts. So I wanted to lay out, what a potential sales tax could bring to the county, and then also TOT. So I'm not going to sit there and read the slides. You've had a chance to see these. They've been out published for a while. These numbers are no different than what have been published in other forums. So you can see the different, on your left up there, you can see the different tax increases and what type of revenues those would bring in, from a 0.25% up to a 1%, and the associated cost. And then you can see in the bottom left there, some of what the other jurisdictions do. I do want to make it, clear too that the vast majority of other jurisdictions also have some level of incorporated cities and incorporated jurisdictions within their area. So you can't just equate what our county tax would be to another county if that other county also has incorporated jurisdictions with a higher tax basis in those cities. Similar to, like Inyo and Del Norte and, Butte and some of these other ones that we often get compared to, but they also have incorporated cities. So when you're looking at numbers, always try to compare apples to apples. And then on the right-hand side there, you see some TOT, that topic has been discussed in various forums at different times. And there is an opportunity for that if this board or the community so chose so. So then you look at, if one of those initiatives was to take place, how could that happen? There are two basic methodologies that they could happen. One would be county initiated. So that would be, this board takes a position and puts a measure forward via an ordinance. That is kind of the steps to that are outlined up there on the left. For a general tax increase, it's 50% plus one. For a special, it's 2/3. And there's really no getting around that. On the community initiative, there's similarities, but the biggest difference, and I've got that highlighted there, is in the special tax arena. So if it is a community-led initiative, they follow the right processes as far as getting the potential, support via petition and the right signatures, then the community could articulate what a special tax could be designated for. And that would only require the 50% plus one. That's probably the biggest difference and the takeaway from everything up to this point is that distinction and that differentiation. And that is based upon some recent case law in the 2021 time period. There are, election code and there's constitutional code that still dictates, that or still states that even a special, if it was community, would be 2/3, but current case law is what puts it at 50% plus one. I know there's been some discussion about that and some difference of opinions or just different levels of information that's been out there, but that's the current guidance as we speak right now. I'm not sure, who may be tracking this, but the city of Reading right now, it's not city of Reading led, it's community led, but it's associated with the city of Reading. And they're looking at a 1% tax increase for the city of Reading under the special tax concept. And there's actually a draft ordinance out there and all that information as far as how they would determine what money would go where. I would encourage folks to kind of follow that and see how that goes, because that could be something that the community could mirror if they so chose to up here.
Just,
yeah, go ahead.
If I might, I just tee up county council for later. I would like to hear at some point information about what limitations there are on supervisors' involvement in a community-led initiative. So just, you can be thinking about that and we can come back to it.
I think I may be on set now. I was just involved in Measure M. Excuse me, which is a part tax for Hayfork, and I was not able to push that or be involved in that in any way. Even though it was in my district, I couldn't campaign for it. I couldn't signal what I liked. So I was asked, although I was there and I watched what they did, I was not able to answer any questions or campaign for it, or if I didn't like it, against it. In this case, I liked it, and it did win. And Bear Park will stay open. And it was a community initiative. And I tell you what, it didn't cost them all too much money to do it either. They did it pretty much on a shoestring budget, and it worked out well. And they're, what did they raise? 60-something thousand dollars for just the park alone. So it does work out. And, you know, if you look on the left there, I'm not sure if any of that will go, but I'll let Trent continue.
Okay. The other potential areas that have kind of been talked before, one is the community service area. And I'm not going to go into, you know, the excruciating details about what it is or how it is formed, but it is another option out there. There are quite a lot of administrative cost associated with it. And, you know, this board would be the governing body. There'd be staff time associated with administering it. There are other jurisdictions in the North State area that have these. There's differing opinions about them. The general consensus is if you can, stay away from them due to the administrative aspects of them. But it is an option. Then there's the special districts. You know, as Supervisor Gogan mentioned, you know, the Hayfork Parks is a special district. There's other options, you know, that could be formed based upon the desires. But again, this one is a process that would go through LAFCO, come through the board, that would have to follow the same election requirements for tax purposes to actually get anything approved and implemented. And there's some administrative actions associated with this as well. So then let me transition a little bit to some of a couple non-voter controlled potential resources or potential sources. There's been discussion about both of these in this room at different times over the past number of years, well prior to this board and my tenure here as well. The first one is the water associated with the Humboldt County 1959 contract, kind of known as the 50,000 acre feet. And then there's the 1955 Trinity River Division Act and the amount of money that we get for the in lieu of land that's now inundated underneath the lakes. So let me first kind of talk through the 1959 Humboldt County contract about the 50,000 acre feet. It specifically talks about Humboldt County and downriver users. The reason that this has kind of got regenerated with a little bit of publicity and refreshed, if you will, is because on April 2nd, just, you know, last 2 months ago, Fall Valley Tribe and the Yorick Tribe published a press release, you know, about their celebration of this agreement on this water use. However, Humboldt County has not agreed to that, and nor have they signed anything. And they are the signatory on the 1959 contract, and they basically hold all of the authority and rights to that. So just kind of keep that in mind. The allocation agreement, you know, there is a draft one out there. We have seen it. It goes through what you see up there on the screen. But like I just said, you know, Humboldt County has not agreed to this at this time. Now, the question may come up as far as, you know, is Trinity County one of these downstream users? There's been some differing topic of conversations about that. You know, we do have a legal opinion from County Council that, you know, Trinity County is in fact a downstream user. So, you know, that would play into this, but but we, are not a signatory on that 1959 contract. That is a Humboldt County contract. But I want to kind of lay out, why we're even having this conversation, about 50,000 acre feet of water. What does that mean? Well, if you just kind of slice that up and just look at 10,000 acre feet, because that's how that draft agreement is set up, that each of the interested parties, get 10,000 acre feet. What kind of value is that? And the real value of water is seen during a drought year. So on a year like this, where water is pretty plentiful, the lakes are full, rivers are flowing, the folks who pay for water, it's more plentiful, so it doesn't cost as much. Simple supply and demand. But in a drought year, water gets really expensive, and there's real value to having access or rights to water. So that 10,000 acre feet in a drought year, could be somewhere range between $8 and $30 million. That's a huge range, and those are just big estimates, which is why it's in bold and underlined up there. These are just estimates. To get access to any of this, one, there would need to be that agreement with Humboldt County, but also there would be lots of regulatory aspects, lots of time invested to even be able to sell and realize that water. But it has been done. It is being done. There are regulatory, public and private agencies who sell water all the time, and there is a need, a demand for water down the valley, and there are infrastructures put in place right now to, in fact, sell that water. So the process is already in place. We would just need to become part of that. But again, Humboldt County kind of holds all the cards, if you will, because they're the ones with the contract. I have had some very initial discussions with the CAO over there, and they're not overly interested in entering any agreements with other parties because it is their contract. So we'll have to, devise plans for further discussions on that if that is such a desire of this board. The other topic is the 1955 Trinity River Division Act and establishing an appropriate escalation factor with that. So as you see on the screen up there, right now, we get approximately $33,000 a year for our in lieu payment associated with the TRD Act for all of that land that is underneath inundated under Trinity and Lewiston reservoirs right now. This similar topic was brought up and pursued in the 1999 to 2001 time period via PUD. I've had lots of conversations with current PUD director about this, and we have gathered a lot of those documents from that time period and have a pretty decent understanding as far as what happened, what went on, what was pursued, but then ultimately what got approved via legislative changes. So any type of escalation factor, any type of change with that 1955 TRD Act, it would require just that, an actual legislative change. So we'd have to go through Congress, we'd have to go through and get new legislation enacted to see any change. How much dollar value is there? Some preliminary estimates based upon a CPI type escalation factor. We'd be looking at potentially in the range of that $1.3 million in lieu of the $33,000 that we see right now. I have had some initial conversations with Congressman Huffman's office about this, and there was some acceptance of it, some encouragement of it, some willingness to look at it. But again, would be a very resource-heavy topic. There would need to be concerted, specific lobbying efforts. There would need to be dialogue with numerous staff agencies. There would be opposition from this, from special interest groups. It would probably take, in my estimation, at least 2 congressional sessions for something like this to be enacted. There would take many political stars need to be lined up, but there is some possibility here, depending upon how those stars would or wouldn't line up.
Well, they used the stars to put the tunnels in and they lined up within 1 inch of each other, so.
They did. They did. Engineering marvel. So what is my recommendation? And what is the ask from this board? Why is this in front of you today? So my thoughts and my ask is, if you look at the data, look at the results from the last 3 tax measures that were put towards the voters in 15, in 20, and in 22, none of those passed. But if you look at those, and if one of those would have been community-led, community-initiated, it potentially would have, the one in 2015. The other ones are really close. The latest one in 22, not so close, but 2020 was really close. So my thoughts are that we would encourage the community-led concept to move forward, similar to what's happening in the city of Reading right now, and be supportive of that as much as we are legally allowed to be. And Supervisor Lutweiler kind of addressed that earlier, and we can get more input and guidance from council on that as needed and as desired. But that is my recommendation, to let the community, if they so choose, to bring forth some type of community-led tax initiative. And then on the non-voter controlled, so the last 2 items we talked about, my thoughts and recommendation there would be, to continue these 2 efforts, but tailor expectations and tailor, resource commitments appropriately. I think on the first one with Humboldt County, I've already initiated some of those discussions with the CAO. I think it would be beneficial to have some supervisor to supervisor discussions, and just get a feel for, where we currently are with that, if there's a need to pursue that, if it's a dead end, if it would, if our only option, would be to pursue litigation and try to convince the courts that we are in fact a downriver user. What would that do? What would that cost? What would that cost as far as our partnership and our relationship with the neighboring county? Lots of things to consider there, but I think the prudent next step or current step, would be to explore that a little more formally from a supervisor, from board to board perspective. How the board chooses to do that is up to you. I would encourage a dialogue between the 2 board chairs, or, between the board chair and the specific supervisor that the Trinity River runs through their district, at least as a starting discussion, and then it could be elevated to a chair-to-chair type of discussion. There could be a formal letter written, and formalize it a little bit more like that. But again, that's going to be up to the board to decide that. But that would be my recommendation on that item. And then on the second item, the TRD Act, my recommendation there is to provide direction to me, in essence, to continue those dialogues and discussions with Congressman Huffman's office, and and continuing our partnership we have with Trinity Public Utilities District to leverage their knowledge and resources and see if we could get some of those stars to start aligning. But again, recognizing that this is a minimum, 2-year type of effort, 2 congressional sessions. And some of that will then be dependent upon the politics of however things line up with political parties and who's appointed to what committees. All that matters, whether we like it or not, it all matters with something like this because we would need some legislative change to make that happen. And with that, I'll close and we can take any other comments and any other dialogue.
I guess I'll just say that the 1959 Act stated that Humboldt County was the beneficiary of the downriver water. But Humboldt County and the tribes were able to use 50,000 acre feet, no less than 50,000 acre feet. Just a few months ago, they came together, the tribes, Yurok, Hoopa, and Humboldt County, and they split that 50,000 up 10,000 acre feet per entity. So there's 30,000 going to each, there's 10,000 going to each entity for 30,000 total. There is 20,000 of it that's in a, we'll say a pot. I'm not sure what they plan on doing with it. And after we looked at Margaret's legal opinion, are we a downriver user? I certainly think that we are. Plus, we are the person who holds the water, lets the water go. I think of all the things that we talk about tax-wise and TOT, this will probably be the biggest windfall for Trinity County in the long term over all the other things that have been put forward. Some of these things are worth a TOT tax. We double it, we get another 300,000. Love it, would want to have it. This water issue, and water's not going to get any cheaper. I think that we will find ourselves in more drought situations than not coming forward, which will make that water, the higher end value. So I think this is something that we should look into. I've had discussions with Trent about this, and we did even visit with Steve Madrone. Was that December or so, Trent? And he is the supervisor for District 5, Humboldt County. And his district is the district that touches actually the Trinity River. So I'm not sure exactly why they're giving us the hardship they are over the 50,000 acre feet, especially when they really don't have 10, 20,000 allotted to anybody. I think it says in their ordinances they put together, and correct me if I'm wrong, Trent, that at any time, either of the 3 entities can ask for more water as needed.
Yeah, so, Chair, if I may, before we go down that path too much and I want to make it clear that draft unsigned MOU that we have a copy of is not an agreed upon document. When the press release was put out by the Hoopa Valley Tribe and the Yurok Tribe on the 2nd of April, those 2 entities have apparently reached some type of agreement. I have not seen what that is. I don't know what that is. I'm assuming that is that draft MOU that they are agreeing upon. Humboldt County, as the third party in that draft MOU, has not agreed to that, and they have not, they're not supporting that. That document does outline 10,000 acre feet to those 3 entities and banks the 20,000 like you're talking about. But that document, that concept is just that. It's a draft document, it's a concept. It has not been agreed upon by the 3 entities. my dialogue and my information that I got from the Humboldt County CAO is Humboldt County, and she's not speaking on behalf of the supervisors or the board, but from a staff perspective, they feel Humboldt County is the signatory on that 1959 contract. And they're not overly interested in sharing the water. So that's why I think it behooves us to understand this topic a little bit more and have some of those initial conversations and further what we have had some initial conversations, but formalize them a little bit more and get more into the specifics and see if this is something that this board would choose to so pursue. Because I do believe that it would take some form of litigation and winning that litigation to become a authorized user of some of that water. Because the bottom line is it's a Humboldt County contract and Trinity County was not part of it. We can have different opinions about that, but that is the bottom line. And as we talk today, we don't have any rights to any of that 50,000 acre feet. So I just wanted that to be clear that that document you're referencing, is very much a draft. It's no signatures. It's not even, the more I understand about it, it's really not even an agreed upon MOU between the three parties. Maybe two, yes, but not the third one. And the third one is probably the most critical.
And is it correct that to dig in deeper about how we might be able to succeed and prevail in litigation would be better under closed session so we can have strategic discussions?
Yes, if the board so chooses to even, pursue this at all, from a strategy perspective, if we have some initial conversations and we think there may be some validity to this, it would, once we got to that point, it would definitely be under a closed session, threat of litigation type of topic.
Understood. I just, from my perspective, I would like us, or myself, I think it would be very good to, through the community, perhaps is the best route as we've discussed, but to pursue the TOT and an increase in sales taxes. I also think that it would be good to, have conversations, as you did mention, to continue kind of feeling out the room for the 50,000 acre feet and then move into closed session if we decide to do that. I'm in support of that. I'm also in support of you continuing your conversations with the PUD regarding the amount of money we receive per acre and the TRD Act. And I think that is probably, all of this is very, very heavy lifting. I think we might get, like, the first plink in the buckets would probably come the fastest through an increase in TOT and the possible sales tax increase. I think those would be the first coins in the bottom. And then the opportunity to add additional revenue to our county. From a lifelong and multi-generational individual who has lived here forever, seems like, one of my, I guess, it's something that just has always caught me, is that we are the provider for so many things to people on our edge, on each side of us and even below us more specifically, especially in terms of the water that is Trinity County's water and how it gets sold and given out. And then also the utilization of the forest lands. People depend on us being here and living here and doing the jobs that we have that, keep the roads and all the different things that are here. If our communities were not here, people would not probably come and enjoy the forest lands. If our communities were not here, people would not come and do the recreational activities that currently do exist. Yet our communities are the ones that always carry the bill and very rarely get any revenue from being the hostess constantly. And so I am interested in finding out ways to make sure that we're getting our fair end of the deal when it comes to our water and hosting that water as it's stored, and also providing community support and access around the utilization of federal lands. It's, I'm done being a thoroughfare for people to get somewhere. I want people to come here, and I want us to be able to be the proper host and hostesses that we should be. So I say go for it. I recognize that some of the stuff is heavy, big lifting. One more thing I want to consider, and I don't know if now's the time, but it's something to think about, is, and I would need to have permission, I guess, to talk to the Forest Service about this, but we have a number of properties, like single acre, couple acre, federally owned lands that are mixed in developed communities, and they really are not serving anything other than, in one case, a brush patch. And in other scenarios where communities can do their fuels reduction, they have these public lands that are just niched in, their little thumbs in the middle. So I'm curious to know how we could work to have those released and become public property, what they can be sold. And then we would have more taxable, land, more taxable dollars coming from those. So it might be interesting to just look at a map and see how many single parcels, individual parcels are stuck in areas that could potentially be developed that are not in places of obviously national forest and things like that. Just something to consider. That's
you.
my
I was just gonna say two things. One, before we pick up on her, what she supports for direction. I gather, like the other one, we need to get public comment and then come back.
That would be my recommendation, yeah.
Okay, but I will follow up with a question first, or at least a clarification. Supervisor Carpenter Harris, as I recall, in our placemaking action plan, it included information about the process that you could go through to do this sort of land transfer from the federal government to the community. And it had to do with, it had to be contiguous with, they had to be a case for, and all these sorts of things, but there is a formal process that it exists. And I think I'm remembering correctly that that was in the placemaking action plan. If it wasn't, it was at least brought up in those discussions. So we could dig into that and find out more about that. But, and I think especially from a housing standpoint, and I hadn't been thinking about it from a tax standpoint, I've just been thinking about it from the housing standpoint, that could be valuable. But yeah, maybe we should get the public comment and then we can give you your direction. Clearly, there's none in the room.
On Zoom?
No hands raised.
Okay. So, and then I guess Supervisor Carpenter Harris, the only thing I would say is I kind of got the sense it was yes to a bunch of things. And I think at some point we would have to say, if we're going to say yes to a bunch of things, we better prioritize because there are so many heavy lifts. And the thing I would say with the TOT, I understand that seems like the easiest from the standpoint of, especially if it's community led and it only requires 50% plus one, that we could be successful. I think we need to determine, hopefully relatively quickly, what is going to happen or not going to happen with the tourism investment district. Because if we're at 5% and that is successful and goes to 3, it also sets the stage for that to go up by 3. It also sets the stage for that to go up a maximum of 1% a year to a total of the 5% by the end of the 5-year term. So 5 years from now, we could be at 10%. So then if you're doing another one, then you're basically putting it at 15%. And we went from the second lowest in the state to above average. And so that could be an issue. But, I think we'll relatively soon know that this 3% for now assessment to the investment district is going to be a reality or not. I hope it is, because it's Seems obviously a wise thing to do, to invest some more money in bringing people here and supporting our businesses and our economies and so forth. But if it doesn't, then I absolutely would agree with the TOT. If it does, then I would think that the TOT might not be the best thing for us to pursue at that point. But I do agree, again, just starting to provide so you can see what, if you can find consensus in what you're hearing. I do think trying to promote and support to the extent that we can legally do so, the community-driven things, empowering them, informing them in whatever ways we can, and then staying out of the way so we don't get ourselves in trouble, to me is better, because frankly, I don't think if we don't designate how the money's going to be used, it's not going to get approved.
Right.
And if we drive that from the county, it's going to be 66% whatever, and that's not going to get approved. And so truly, to me, the only way is what you've described. So I appreciate you doing that. And then I would look to you to say, do we pursue both of the water initiatives at the same time and just see which one gets some steam? Or do you just really prioritize one and push real hard on that one before you move on and try to go to the next one? But both of those are very much of interest to me.
Yeah, my recommendation on that is to, I would call it, softly pursue both of them until we found if there was any steam being produced by one or the other, and then start a more concerted focus on one or the other. Like is happening with the tourism business improvement district concept. I think, within a few months, we would get a general idea where one or the other will fall out as a priority, and then we choose to pursue whatever one that is. So that would be my recommendation.
One question about, okay, so the money that we do get, you have a priority list of public safety, and I didn't hear roads under that. Could we include roads under public safety? Just to make sure we get some sort of funding?
So if the community-led event so chooses to put roads on there,
Okay.
they could certainly do that.
Okay.
If you look at the City of Reading or draft ordinance that they have out there, I shouldn't say City of Reading, the community initiated City of Reading tax that is being proposed, if they get enough of the petition signatures and if that goes to the voters, they have a draft ordinance out there right now. And there are percentages tied to 5 categories, and roads is one of those. So if that's what the community chose to do, absolutely.
Okay, and we're looking at the whole of community of Trinity County, not
Right.
just, okay.
Right.
Separate communities, okay, great.
I agree and was going to speak to that. You said it better just with your soft approach to both of them, and then kind of see what rises. And I think it will become clear what we need to pursue with more depth and what we want to even lend, finances toward, because we think we're going to have a return on investment. I think if anything, I just really want to highlight, and that there's only 23 people watching. For all 23 people and those in this room, I want to say in the loudest way that I can that it is absolutely incredible to me, your vision to look at these broader things that are huge topics that anybody else would probably go, that's enormous. I don't even know how to begin. I'm not going to talk about it because I don't want to have to touch it. And you've come up with it and are leaning into it. And I just can't elevate that enough. We are at a point where I think we are going to, as communities countywide, going to have to put more money on the table for those things that we want, because you've shown us in charts and graphs, this is the cost of living increasing. You can't do anything about it. These are, the revenues that we have. They're what they are. And so, we're either going to not have services or we're going to ante up in some way. But you've gone and established, or that's not the wrong word, identified areas where, wait a second, we have a seat at the table here too, or we should have, and that hasn't happened in the past, and it really should. So thank you for, that's a strong back and a lot of vision and a bright mind. And I'm grateful for that. Thank you.
So I just back up Trent on this and yourself. This did happen before with Keith Groves. And he took it totally the wrong way and maybe pissed off Trinity or Humboldt County enough that they still don't like us very much over the 50,000 acre feet. I will say this though about Trent and his knowledge of this. I do not know, and I've been around this issue and all the fishing issues, water issues for 40 years. You will not find a CAO in this state, I don't think, that knows as much about Trent, cycles of government, how to get this done. If we're going to get this done, and it's a big get done, we got the best chance possible. I mean, I've worked with Trent prior to him being on the board with water issues and fishing issues, and he knows what he's doing. And the last time that we did it, it was a half-hearted, I'll say, not very well thought out. Of course, we had a CAO at that time who knew nothing about it. But this is a big thing. We're either going to win this thing or we're going to lose this thing. It's going to take a while. It's a heavy lift. It's going to take some money. But if we win this thing, it could be Trinity County saving grace over time. And I think we should dedicate some effort to this, some money to this. And the contract does say 59 contract downriver water users. That water comes out of our dam and goes downriver. And Margaret gave us a ruling on that, and she believes that we do have some take in that. The way that Keith Groves went about it, nothing against Keith, but he kind of did it in miles. So Trinity County has 70 miles of the Trinity River, and the rest of it, the other 40 miles is Humboldt. So he wanted way more than we should get, and he argued back and forth with it for a long time. I think Humboldt County kind of just said no because they are the number one person on that contract, 1959 contract. So I do think pursuing this is probably the largest thing that we should pursue, and it's going to take a while. I'm not sure how long CEO Tuthill will be here. He'll probably have to work on this after he retires from here. But we do have the right person who knows enough, and we do have, fortunately enough, we have a very good, myself and Trent, at least I'm sure the rest of you, a very good relationship with Congressman Huffman. I think he will, if all the dominoes kind of fall right, he will be very supportive of this. And it's going to take someone like him and Trent to get us over this hurdle. But I do think that we have a very, very good chance to get this this water, this 10,000 acre feet. It's going to take a while. It might cost us some money, but to make money, you got to spend money, and we're going to have to spend money. But I like the people involved right now, and I think that this is huge. This is worth, we're looking at, some of these things, these taxes are worth in the hundreds of thousands. This is all worth millions and millions if it goes right. So I'm firmly behind this. It's heavy lift. It's going to take a long time. There will be litigation, no doubt, but I support this 100% going after that. And as far as the community-driven initiatives, absolutely. I think the other initiatives aren't going to be all that successful. I hope they are, but I don't think they will be. I saw Measure M pass with a strong community effort, and I think that we can do that also here. And I think Rick said it, but if if you point out some things, it's gonna go to 67%. If not, it goes to the general fund. Well, I don't think any of them are gonna go for it, so. I would just like to say that, I'm thankful that Trent is, as knowledgeable as he is about this, and, I think if we were ever going to try this as a county, as a board, this is the most opportune time to do it, win or lose. This is the most opportune time to pursue this and see if we can make headway and dollars from this. So I just want to thank Trent for bringing this up and keeping with it. This isn't the first, I've heard about it or Trent, or you guys, but it's big and we need to, this is a historic, if this happens, this will be historic for Trinity County. And Trinity County needs it. So thank you all.
Okay, I think I've got what I need out of the topic, so I appreciate it.
Great.
Go into close, report out on the last closed session and then we'll
Yes, I will.
go into our closed session items.
So I'm gonna report out on, our last closed session, G1 Government Code, Section 54954.51, Labor Negotiations, County Designated Representatives, Leila Casillas, Susie Hawkins, and Margaret Long, Employee Organization, Deputy Sheriff's Association, General Unit, Management and Confidential Unit, Probation Peace Officers, and Association and Skilled Trades Unit. Direction was given to staff. G2, Government Code Section 54954.5E, Public Employees Appointment, Clerk Recorder Assessor, no reportable action. G3, Government Code Section 54954.5E, Public Employee Evaluation, County Council. Direction was given to staff. G4, Government Code Section 54954.5D, liability claim, number of cases, 1, claimant Ryan Lynn, claim number TR1 250008, agency claimed against Trinity County, and direction to staff was given. That would be it for the reporting out from our last Board of Supervisors meeting.
Public comment.
And public comment.
Closed session.
Okay, so closed session is E1, Government Code Section 54954.5F, Labor Negotiations, County Designated Representative, Leila Casillas, and Elizabeth Hamilton, Employee Organization, IHSS. E2, Government Code Section 54956.95, Liability Claim, claimant Seth Ruiz, claim number TIBY 600219. And now we will open public input to anybody in the room. Nobody there. Anybody on Zoom? Then we have,
No, we have no raised hands.
we will adjourn.